Good evening, John.
Hi, Marty. And are you ready to go at 6, Marty?
I am.
Great.
Do we know about any absences tonight? It's always nice to know in advance.
I am not aware of any.
I'm not aware of any either. Okay. Brian, are you aware of any absences this evening? John, we're all totally ready to go. We're broadcasting on eScribe. MCAT's here. We have live YouTube, so we're all ready once everybody gets on. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Marty. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will call this meeting of the Missoula City Council for October 19th, 2020 to order. This meeting is happening as a function of a Zoom webinar, and you just saw some of the information for participating in this meeting on that screen. We will make our way through a fairly long agenda this evening, beginning with our roll call. And it appears to me that all council members are present, save Ms. West and Ms. Anderson. And we'll keep an eye out for them. We actually have minutes to approve. We've had some challenges with that as a function of staffing. But we have minutes for the meetings of June 1st and 8th, September 14th, 28th, and October 5th. And without objection, they'll be approved. All right, seeing none, we will move on to our schedule of committee meetings. Ms. Rapine.
Thanks, Mayor Egan. Hang on just a moment. There's an addition to the committee schedule that is published on the website, and I will update that this evening after the council meeting adjourns, and that's the one that'll be issuing. Public Safety and Health is going to be meeting from 8:45 to 9:45 on Wednesday. And I guess Wednesday is October 21st, followed by Parks and Conservation from 10 o'clock in the morning to 10:45. Land Use and Planning Committee will meet from 11 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Committee of the Whole meet from 1:30 to 2 o'clock. Administration and Finance Committee meets from 2:15 to 3 p.m. And Public Works Committee meets from 3:15 to 4:15 in the afternoon. All of those meetings are being held by Zoom webinar, just like this one is. And you can find the agendas and the information needed to join the meetings on the city's agenda and minutes portal. If you go to the city's main homepage and click on the meetings button, that'll get you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rabine. Any changes to the committee schedule this evening? All right, seeing none, I will note for the record that Ms. Anderson and Ms. West are in attendance. We've got a full house this evening. We'll move on to the general public comment portion of our agenda. Folks attending this meeting, this is your opportunity to comment on items not elsewhere on the agenda this evening. So for instance, if you're interested in commenting on vape and tobacco ban or any of those subdivisions, that'll be the opportunity. You'll have that opportunity later. This is for general non-agenda public comment, and I'll ask that you limit the length of your comments to 3 minutes, please. And I have caller number ending in 4655. Or I'm sorry, 4665. Caller, are you there? Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, this is Thomas Bryant, and I was scheduled to speak on the tobacco ordinance, not during the general public session.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We'll come back to you.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Larson.
Yes, hello, City Council, hello, Mayor. Matt Larson, Ward 3. Just want to compel the City Council and the Mayor and Dale Bickle to release the core budget documents. We still have no peer or glimpse into this as the public, and you're asking us for our opinion and have asked for our opinion on the budget. we're only allowed to see maybe 2 to 5% of any given department's budgets through the new additions or the new spending. We need to see the entire budget to fully comment on the budget. This overlaps into many topics that are on tonight's agenda, and I don't want to take up time unduly, but we need to see this stuff. It's it's available in almost any other municipality in the state at the click of a button within their audits, within their yearly audits. It's not available in Missoula. I think it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson and Mr. Decker.
Hi, my name's Josh Decker. I'm commenting tonight as a resident of Ward 1, as well as co-chair of Western Montana Democratic Socialists of America. Thanks for taking my comment, Mayor and members of council. As November 3rd rapidly approaches, the safety and importance of our election process is brought to mind for many folks in our community. Our city and state have statutes that address the willful intimidation of community members in a variety of settings, as stated in Montana Code Annotated 45-5-221, 45-5-203, and Municipal Code 9.24.010, 9.34.020, 9.34.030, and several sections. Having witnessed the city's failure to enforce the mentioned ordinances at this summer's Black Lives Matter protests in the face of clear armed intimidation, Missoula citizens are justifiably concerned about this disregard of relevant laws happening again at our polling places. This potential stands as a threat to what should be free, open, and fair elections. Western Montana Democratic Socialists of America implores the City Council to make a public statement condemning in advance any group that would move to intimidate voters. Whether intimidation originates from activists, militarized militias, partisan groups, or local police, it must be curtailed and controlled. A public statement from City Council will serve to notify any group that has plans on or around Election Day, similar to those plans we've seen in action in early voting in Virginia, Georgia, Michigan. That violation of the listed statutes will not be tolerated, condoned, or ignored, as they were locally this year in June. Preservation of free and fair elections is the responsibility of all community members and is the primary pathway to the preservation of our democratic institutions as a nation. Please do your part and issue a direct, timely, and unequivocal proclamation of your intentions to see these institutions upheld. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. I have, sorry, I have a barking dog. I have Robbie Lieben.
Hi, how you doing? That is not my dog. My name is Robbie Lieben. I live in Ward 1, and thank you, Mayor Engen and members of council for having us. I wanted to talk about the similar things that Josh Decker was just talking about. I'm very concerned about armed vigilantes or militia, whatever we want to call them, either coming to intimidate voters during the elections, or to intimidate, or coming to demonstrations afterwards. It seems like there's very possibly going to be a close election this year, and very possibly demonstrations for either candidate, either presidential candidate and probably the others around town. And I'm concerned about armed people showing up to intimidate them. And I attended a number of the Black Lives Matter demonstrations in June. And I just wanted to say that I saw, members, armed white people, armed vigilantes walking around with assault rifles with their fingers a fraction of an inch from the trigger. And I have friends who decided that they could not come to these demonstrations, even though they wanted to, because they were scared. People of color were scared. And the result of that is that some of the organizers, some of the Black organizers later on started showing up with sidearms as well, because they felt they needed to protect themselves. During one of the demonstrations, the organizers decided they needed to move the demonstration to the University of Montana campus because it was a gun-free zone. They did not feel safe in front of the county courthouse. And I would say that, you know, we are an open carry state, but we have very clear statutes against intimidation. And I would urge you to enforce those statutes both during the election and during any demonstrations that follow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lieben. Seeing no other hands up among attendees this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one here. Ms. Policio?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Rosemary Policio, and I live on 825 Woodford, and I'm also concerned about what's going to happen, you know, if we are going to have the free and fair elections. I mean, and I'm just worried about intimidation ever since the debate, the presidential debate, when our president was inciting violence by, you know, enlisting the Proud Boys stand by, and so I guess I have fears about what might happen. And I just wish that the city council could kind of alleviate some of those fears by telling us what your plans are. If you're going to release something, to tell us what your plans are to, you know, if there are, like Robbie was saying, if there are going to be demonstrations, and if people are going to be able to be safe in the next coming, you know, months. We might not know what's going to happen with the election, and I just feel a lot of anxiety, I guess, about the situation. And I want to know that you guys are thinking about it and that you have a plan. And so if you could just let us know, you know, that you're on it with your law enforcement, and that would be great. I think a lot of people would like to know what the plan is. Okay, that's really all I have to say, is just let us know when you know. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any additional hands up for general public comment. So I can tell folks who are interested in this topic that I have had a conversation with Missoula County Commissioners and the Missoula County Elections Office with regard to any support that they might need on Election Day. And so we stand ready to assist. The planning around that actually belongs to Missoula County, and the Elections Office is the lead agency there. With regard to plans for other civil disturbance, we have a variety of emergency plans that are in place, and depending on nature of disturbance, we will certainly respond according to policy. I think Missoula will do better than all of that, and folks will behave, but we'll be ready in case they don't. We will move on then, ladies and gentlemen, to our consent agenda, which is an epic, or at least a saga this evening. These items were considered by council and sent to the floor for approval as a package. Ms. Rabine reads the list of consent agenda items aloud, so those in the audience and of course council members are reminded of what they're considering, and we'll invite comment on these items before we vote as well.
Okay, there are 18 items on tonight's consent agenda. So here we go. The first item, as always, is to ratify, well, not always, but we're ratifying claims, which are the city's accounts payable. And we're doing this from the week of October 13th because City Council did not meet last week. So we're ratifying claims in the amount of $674,622.97 for checks that were dated October 13th of 2020 Number 2 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the purchase agreement with Falcon Environmental Corporation to purchase 2 influent pumps for the wastewater facility in an amount not to exceed $109,026. Number 3 is to approve claims or the accounts payable in the amount of $556,242.12 for checks that are dated October 20th, 2020. That's tomorrow. Number 4 is to confirm the mayor's appointment of Kip Beckwith to a vacated term that begins immediately. Oh, let's talk about what board this is. We're doing appointments to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, and the council is being asked to confirm the mayor's appointments of Kip Beckwith to a vacated term, begins immediately and expires on September 30th of 2022, and Christopher, I'm going to say it's Pesci, for a term that begins immediately and expires on September 30th of 2023. Apologies to Chris if I got that wrong. Number 5 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Morrison Merrily Incorporated for the engineering, design, and construction administration services for the North 2nd Street water main replacement project at a cost not to exceed $118,659. Hang on, let's scroll up just a little bit. Number 6 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Territorial Landworks Incorporated for engineering, design, and construction administration services for the 3rd Street water main replacement project at a cost not to exceed $72,435. Number 7 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Morrison Merrily Incorporated for engineering, design, and construction administration services for the Main Street water main replacement project at a cost not to exceed $53,148. Number 8 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with WGM Group for engineering, design, and construction administration services for the Cooley Street and Stoddard water main replacement project for cost not to exceed $153,414. Number 9 is to scroll up here for just a second. Number 9 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with WGM Group for engineering, design, and construction services for the Shakespeare Street water main replacement project for a cost not to exceed $41,306. Number 10 is to authorize and approve the mayor to sign a contract with Anchor Electric in an amount not to exceed $34,000 for repairs to the South Reserve Street pedestrian bridge deck heating control system. Number 11 is to authorize and approve the mayor to execute a public access and utility easement, development agreement, and temporary use permit between the city of Missoula and Nicholas L. Peschel to provide access on land owned by the Peschel family in order for the city to construct an extension to the Minkler Loop leading to a new parking lot as part of the water.
I'm trying to talk to you. No
Trail cut. An interpretive trail capital improvements project. And somebody hit the mute button, please. Number 12 is the first reading and preliminary adoption of an ordinance. Tonight we're setting a public hearing for December 7th. This is a different motion than the one that was adopted by committee because the motion that was adopted by committee set the public hearing on a date when city council is not meeting. We conferred with staff, and so rather than holding the public hearing the week of Thanksgiving, Dennis Bowman requested that we amend this motion to set a public hearing on December 7th of 2020 and preliminarily adopt an ordinance amending Title 13 of Missoula Municipal Code, Section 13.02.140, pertaining to collection of sewer development fees by amending the existing language to include water development fees and move all specific language and fees to the utility rate schedule effective 30 days after the city council approval. Likewise, there's a second part to this item, and that is to set a public hearing on December 7th as well on a resolution of the Missoula City Council amending sewer development fees and establishing water development fees and amending the utility rate schedule to include the sewer and water development fees. Number 13 is to approve the 44 Ranch Subdivision Phase 11 final plat. Short one. Number 14 is to confirm the mayor's appointment of Joseph, I'm going to say it's Sukanik. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If not, I apologize. To the city's Board of Adjustment as alternate number 2 for a term that begins immediately and expires on June 30th of 2023. Number 15 is to adopt a resolution of the Missoula City Council to temporarily move the location of the Missoula Valley Winter Market to the former Lucky's Market in Southgate Mall at 2901 Brook Street for the 20 to 2021 season and expand their days of operation. Number 16 is to set a public hearing on November 2nd, 2020 on a resolution amending the annual appropriations for the city of Missoula, Montana, as set forth in the fiscal year 2021 budget and capital improvement program. Number 17 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with prosecutor by Carpel, which is some software in the amount of $122,225, and authorize the execution of a memorandum of understanding, affectionately known as an MOU, between the city of Missoula and Carpel Solutions, Appendix A, for participation in statewide data sharing and the hosted by Carpel agreement for prosecutor by Carpel. And finally, number 18 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign agreements with the following community-based organization for fiscal year 2021. We're signing agreements with Missoula Economic Partnership for $100,000, Arts Missoula for $202,350, the International Choral Festival for $12,000, Missoula Aging Services in the amount of $239,663, and Partnership Health Center in the amount of $35,000. And that's tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Rabine. Questions or comments from council members? Ms. Merritt.
Marty, I apologize for not letting you know about this earlier, but for the record, I am abstaining from items 5.8, 5.9, and 5.13.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt. Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to be abstaining from item 5.10 due to some business dealings I have with the owner of Anchor Electric.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. All right, seeing no additional council questions or comment. Anyone in the audience? Let's see. Sorry about my dog. Mr. Larson.
Hi, Matt Larson, Ward 3. Yeah, I'd like to ask what's going on with the almost $3,000 of 223 rounds being purchased and the 40 millimeter rubber bullet purchased by the police department. I don't know of anything, you know, I mean, there's some callers saying there's some troubling things looming with election day, but I'm just wondering why we're buying 40 millimeter rubber bullets again at Missoula Police Department. I'd also like to compel people to not vote for Title 20 adjustments, to vote against them or send them back to committee or something, because this is seriously skewing what's going on with your community. And it's in a pretty dire situation right now. So for a lot of people that aren't maybe as fortunate as the current representation of us all in city council. So I'd like you all to take that into consideration, that what you're going to effectively do is raise property taxes for people and not really adjust any housing, especially affordable. And it's probably going to be a lot of Airbnb, which is extremely questionable to engage in furthering at this point as a community because of the affordable housing and just general availability of apartments. Serious issues. I'd implore any of you to vote against these things.
And I have Yvonne Bunch. Ms. Bunch.
I apologize. I didn't mean to press the button on my phone.
Oh, no worries at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're all pressing buttons we don't intend these days. It's completely understandable. All right, seeing no additional comment on the consent agenda, we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Engen, let's do the vote on the items that have not been removed from the consent agenda, the package of items 5.2 through 5.7, 5.10 through 5.12, 5.14 through 5.18. And we'll start the roll with Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Contos.
Yes.
Harp.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
Yes, with an abstention on 5.10.
Okay, Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
Yes.
Von Lossberg.
Yes.
And West.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That is 12 ayes.
And then on the remainder, Ms. Rabine?
I'm sorry?
Did you not divide question here? Don't we have more to vote on?
I'm sorry. The audio in this room is very fuzzy. So I thought we would do the rest of the items since we have abstentions from Ms. Merritt and Mr. Ramos, and we'll just do the rest of the items as a package.
Great.
Okay. And I'll note that Mr. Ramos is abstaining on 5.1 and Ms. Merritt is abstaining on the items that she mentioned. All right. Yes.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I think that Jesse just wanted to abstain on 5.10.
Okay.
One.
And you wanted
That's
to.
correct. Thank you, Julie.
Okay. Do you guys want to take separate roll call votes on those two sets, or do you want to just understood that Mr. Ramos has abstained on 5.1 and Ms. Merritt has abstained on 5.8, 5.9, and the final plat 5.13? Is that fine?
Right. Seeing no objection.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. We have no comments from city staff, agencies, boards, commissions, authorities, nor the community forum this evening, nor do we have any special presentations. We do have a number of public hearings, and state law and our own council rules provide guidelines for inviting comment in a formal way on a variety of issues, and following the staff report on each of these, council and I will invite community comment. because we are in this particular challenging pandemic environment and Zooming most of the time, our practice is now to keep public hearings open for a week after the initial hearing and until council members take the item up at their next regular meeting. So we'll open public hearing on all of these items this evening, but we will keep those public hearings open through the week and until next Monday, in fact, generally. So this isn't your only chance to comment. With that, we will start in order with an ordinance prohibiting trapping on city parks, trails, and conservation lands. And forgive me, I don't know who's providing staff report this evening.
Mayor, as I'm the one who referred this, I will jump in. We had a little bit of a mix-up, and this was not originally listed on the agenda for tonight. So we don't have our presentation prepared for tonight. So I could, if the council would allow, I would just like to make a short statement and have that be the opening of the public hearing on this. And we'll hold the public hearing open again next week with a final vote scheduled for Monday, November 2nd.
So, Ms. Merritt, what I might suggest, given what appeared to be late publication of public hearing notice for this evening, I think we'll advertise it again and just start over again next Monday with the public hearing. And we'll have staff report and everyone will be ready to go.
That sounds good.
Terrific. All right. Without objection from council, we'll just defer this public hearing until next week, and then it will follow our typical schedule for council action in wake of public hearing. With that, that was a quick one. We'll move on to our second public hearing this evening, and this is on an annexation and zoning upon annexation to zoning category RT 5.4 for tract 9 of Remington Flats. And our staff report this evening, according to my notes, comes from Mr. Van Cray.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right, great. Thank you. This is a public hearing on the annexation of Tract 9 of Certificate of Survey number 3176. I know you're quite familiar with the project. We've discussed it a few times. The 20-acre property is located in the Mullen Master Plan area. It's been used for agricultural production over the years, not recently, but historically. The property is located directly to the north of the 44 Ranch subdivision. Roundup Drive or Chuckwagon Drive borders the property to the west. There are several project elements that you're all familiar with. Tonight, the public hearing is on the annexation and initial zoning to RT 5.4 residential. As you know, there are several other pieces. There's adding the Remington Flats Neighborhood Character Overlay District, applying that overlay district to the subject property, and also the phased subdivision application. And then later on, if you grant preliminary approval to this subdivision project, then plats will come in phases for your review at a later date. The property is located adjacent to the city limits on two sides. So it meets that criteria under state law. The property is identified in the City of Missoula's annexation plan or annexation policy as being an annexation area A. Annexation area A is an area where the guidelines for annexation have largely been met. City services can be provided, walkable communities, compact development pattern are proposed. Public health and safety can be addressed through city water, city sewer, police, fire, etc. So it's an area where annexation is generally encouraged. This is a map from the Our Missoula growth policy, and the subject property is shown as an area dedicated for residential medium density development, urban scale development at a density of 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre. And the subdivision proposal that you have also on your agenda tonight has a residential density of about 7.6 dwelling units per acre. So it falls right within the growth policy recommendation. You can see that to the west, that gray blue area is Missoula International Airport. To the east is a more intensive development pattern that's proposed, and that's recommended by the growth policy, where it'd be mixed use, neighborhood commercial, and that sort of thing. So that'd be to the east and also to the north. And then to the south is more of the residential medium density development. The current zoning is county zoning at CRR1. So that's a residential district where the minimum lot size is 1 dwelling unit per acre. Upon annexation, RT 5.4 residential is proposed, and this is a district in Title 20 in our zoning regulations that allow for single dwellings and also 2-unit dwellings. Title 20 and also Montana Code annotated annexation statutes have criteria for a community to a city or a town to zone property, and there are 3 specific criteria. You only have to meet one of them. The bar is not very high when someone petitions to annex their property into the city of Missoula. And so what I've singled out here is on the bottom that the proposal is consistent with the land use and zoning recommendations for the subject areas as set forth in the growth policy. And specifically, I'm talking about the density. Again, our growth policy recommends 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre, and the development proposal falls right in line, squarely in the middle of that. Along with the annexation report there and the resolution of adoption, there are 25 conditions, and I'll just hit a few of the more noteworthy ones. Many of them are standard, but there's a condition for the extension of Chuck Wagon Drive to the property. Right now, it ends about 1,000 feet south of the property, and so the developer would be required to extend essentially road base and also dust suppressants along Chuck Wagon Drive to get to the property. That there would be along the property itself, along the west boundary of the property, Chuck Wagon Drive, which is a collector road in the Mullen build area, would be built to half-street standards within a 40-foot easement. We've talked about that a couple of times in the past. What that means is that the developer is essentially responsible for building to make 2 travel lanes and also prepare it to be built into a collector in the future with a parking lane and also curb, gutter, sidewalk, as well as a boulevard. This is in the Mullen build area. We know this project with 152 lots would have a significant impact, some sort of an impact on the Mullen build grant intersections and streets, particularly in this case, the intersections of Chuck Wagon and Mullen, and also George Elmer and Mullen. So there's a condition of approval requiring the developer to join what is likely to be some sort of an impact fee type district or an improvement district to help pay for those improvements. The developer would be responsible for maybe as buildings are built, depending on how the district works out. Fees would be assessed in a proportional manner to make sure that this development also pays for its impact to those main kind of intersections, main improvements. The other streets would be built to city standards. Of course, the project would connect to city water and sewer. There would be cash in lieu of parkland that's paid, and that's based on a recommendation from our Parks and Rec staff. The developer would be required to petition into the Missoula Transportation District. And we've talked about a couple of times in the past that there are concerns from the airport if a future runway is built, that this development would be under the flight path. So what we've required in the past for 44 Ranch, in Heron's Landing, and also the R&B subdivision quite recently, is that there be an navigation easement that the developer provides to the airport, and also that there be an airport influence area statement on the plat and also in the covenants in order to let future lot purchasers know that there may be potential for conflict, or at least for flights in the future over the property. So what you have before you is a recommended motion to adopt a resolution to annex and incorporate within the boundaries of the city of Missoula subject property, and also to zone it RT 5.4 residential based on the findings of fact in the staff report, subject to the conditions of annexation approval as amended by council. You'll note that on eScribe there with the staff report for annexation as well as subdivision, there were initial conditions There are a few changes that have been recommended to you that are in e-scribe. If you'd like to go over any of those, I certainly can. I think they're pretty straightforward. You know, this is a property that is planned for residential development and that has the facilities and services to support it. So our recommendation of development services is to annex the property and zone it RT 5.4.
Thank you, Mr. DeGrandpre. And I will note that despite my remarks earlier about waiting a week, the nature of some statutory timing will require council to vote on this annexation this evening, so it can also take the final consideration item that appears later in our agenda. So with that, I will open the public hearing. Anyone care to comment on this proposed annexation and rezoning?
City Council, Metz Larson, Ward 3. I have mixed feelings about this. I've read the public comments. I'd suggest everyone else read that as well. It mentions basically affordable housing. I'd like to also address like the congestion just overall in Reserve, which is just, I mean, it's becoming a liability in and of itself. I think that, you know, this per lot fee that the city gets of like $83,000 towards roads is, you know, especially nice for the city, but, you know, I question whether we need to be making $350,000 to $400,000 townhomes, especially in light of like what's going on. And, you know, it's going to negatively impact the neighboring development, and there's it's skewed again in favor of the developer in that regard. They pay a proportional amount to the maintenance of that road, which, I mean, it wasn't built for that. It's not properly planned. And cash in lieu of a park is another thing. It's like, why can't we have a park out there? Like, have you been out there? Have you been to the Reserve Street area? Like, is there a park out there at all? I mean, there's an elementary school in the area, I guess, but like, it's development on development on development. And that's fine, but it's like the infrastructure has been pushed over there in various different routes, from like Brook Street and the $1.5 million TIF funded mall road that, you know, drives all that traffic now onto Reserve. All the cutoffs that and all the bypasses of Missoula are effectively two places, and it's extremely congested. And it's an emergency vehicle and fire vehicle thing. You know, I don't know. I think there's some things to address on it before you approve it. And I think it's especially rushed to drop it on the public notice right now that this is the final consideration. But you know, vote no. Vote, you know, we don't need more $400,000 townhomes here.
Ms. Kohler?
Good evening. This is Susan Kohler, CEO of Missoula Aging Services. I had not planned to comment on this because I wasn't aware of it. And so I admittedly have not read all the public comments and things that are involved in this. But I do work with transportation and older adults. And I will say that I was not clear. Maybe the developer can answer this, the transportation issue. I know that I know that transportation has often made the comment that we want the people to work with us before they put a development out there to see how to make that work. I think without the public transportation worked out, I agree with the infrastructure question. I also wonder, you know, it seemed like some of these things were not resolved, like letting the owners know that an airplane might be flying over their head later on down the road. And I hope it's not one of those things that you sign off, so you can't protest it. Those are just some of the questions I have. I certainly agree with the need to build more housing. And you can't do that for free. And you can't do that for everyone. I just also question if you want people to age in place, houses don't work, and not having transportation is also another issue. So I just thought I'd share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kohler. Mr. Salisbury.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My comment this evening is in regards to the subdivision, and I know you're considering the annexation and rezoning now, but I wasn't sure if you were taking public comment later or if I should speak now.
You know, we'll take comment when we get to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no additional hands up in the audience. So for our purposes this evening, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions from council members? All right, seeing none, Mr. Hess? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hart?
Sometimes putting that hand icon just takes too long. The question is for Dave. Dave, I was wondering if you could just kind of give us a little background in terms of what other alternatives you and the applicant pursued, just so that we here in council have a good idea of what the pros and cons and how the project evolved to the point that you felt confident bringing it before our body was the right thing to do.
So could you be a little more specific, Councilor Hart, in terms of what sorts of issues you might be interested in me addressing?
Actually, I don't have any issues. I'm just kind of curious if there were issues that were presented to you that along the way of the process, that you took it from a good project to make it a better project. That's kind of what I'm kind of curious about.
Well, I came on board with the city of Missoula in late February, and the project was already there. Some initial scoping, pre-application type work had already occurred prior to my working for the city. So I came on, somewhat midstream. But what I know is, some of the major issues, in my opinion, are, along the west side is Chuckwagon Drive. That's a road it's scheduled to be, it's planned to be an urban collector, basically a major thoroughfare to take people from Mullen all the way up and around to England Boulevard, possibly all the way north to Broadway and over to Reserve. So that road, as part of the Mullen Build project, is typically within an 80-foot right-of-way. In this case, the right-of-way, we've talked about it before, on the property, there's only a 40-foot right-of-way, and hopefully the additional 40-foot right-of-way will come from property to the west, and that's owned by the Missoula Airport Authority. So that's something that's not perfectly in place today, but we're hoping that it will be in the future. And it raised my antenna a little bit in looking at this project initially. But I know that there's been quite a bit of discussion between development services staff, between chief administrative officer, and folks at the airport and others, public works department, et cetera, trying to, working toward resolution on this issue. And so I guess I feel relatively confident that'll be worked out over time. We will need additional right of way, but in the meantime, what's proposed by the developer, I think, will serve all the purposes of this development and get us in a good place to make a good urban collector, to provide good transportation connectivity in the future along the west side of the property, and again, leading to some of those other major roads. So that was one of the issues that came up. Another issue is in this area, as we've seen with some parts of the 44 Ranch, I think the southwestern part in particular, there are concerns about high groundwater and about the potential, should basements be allowed? Should there be crawl spaces? Will there be flooding for seasonal high groundwater type issues? And is there potential for contamination from streets, from cars and things like that on the aquifer that eventually makes its way to the Clark Fork River? And so we asked the developer to investigate that, just like with Heron's Landing and all the developments in this area. We're taking what I think is a hard look and asking the developer to investigate this issue. So they did. They drilled holes in the ground, lots of them. They logged the soils. They looked at seasonal high groundwater studies that have been done in the past and where groundwater is today. And so hired a reputable firm to do an assessment. and ultimately came to the conclusion that groundwater would not likely to impact much of this subdivision. I don't have all the details in front of me and haven't looked at it for a little while, but it's certainly been addressed. And I think that only either crawl spaces and slab foundations are allowed as opposed to basements as per the covenants. So, there are some issues like that have come up, development services, and that includes not just the planning folks, but engineering folks, also your stormwater utility folks, lots of parks and trails, lots of different departments kind of come into the mix here at early stages. You don't see it. This all happens well before it gets to your desk, even to the planning board's desk. But, staff takes a hard look at this, works with the developers, tries to, I think the bar in Missoula is pretty high. I think we require a lot of the developer. I know that you hear sometimes that it takes too much time, costs too much money before it even gets to your desk. And I certainly sympathize with that. But issues like that are what we try to address. Also, traffic, of course, is a huge one. So the developer in this case, just like the other subdivisions in the neighborhood, they've been required to hire a professional traffic engineer to do a traffic impact study to try to gauge the impacts of this particular development on some of the intersections, roadways, things like that. And based on the results of that study in this case, as well as the others in the neighborhood, what we're doing is we're basically saying, the city of Missoula is assessing the impacts from not only these developments, but potentially forthcoming developments in this whole kind of area of benefit, I'll call it, area that would use Mullen, George Elmer, Chuckwagon, and others to figure out what the proportional trip generation would be, vehicle trips, and then the costs, and kind of come up with an assignment and figure out what it's really going to cost on a per unit type basis, a home by home basis, and things like that. So lots of issues. To not belabor the point, we try to address lots of these issues. A lot of them you don't see, but we certainly would welcome your questions, and kind of that's how we got to this stage, I guess.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your professionalism and your expertise on the matter. Thanks, Dave.
Other questions, Ms. Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, I think that you might have mentioned this, but I just want to make sure. Is this property within the Missoula Urban Transportation District, or will they be once they get annexed into the city?
It is currently not in the Missoula Urban Transportation District, but a condition of approval is that before the first phase comes to you, that they petition to be included in that district.
Great, thanks.
And Ms. Anderson?
Follow up, I have a couple questions, but one that Ms. Becerra's question just led me to believe. So upon petitioning to be included in the urban or the transportation, urban transportation district, what exactly does that mean? Does that guarantee that they have services out there? Does it mean that they are paying into it? Petitioning to be in it guarantees what?
It guarantees that they will be part of the district. Does not guarantee service, but as a function of being in the district, they will pay into the district based on the assessment formula for Mountain Line.
Great, thanks. I have a separate question. That was not my original question, why I raised my hand. Thanks so much. So what requirements are going to be, you mentioned the notice of making sure that homeowners know that at some point in time, or the airport may annex or may add on and develop farther into that neighborhood, therefore putting these homes in a flight path. What requirements, and if this comes in the subdivision portion, let me know and we can punt to then, but what sort of requirements are set in writing that the developer must follow to make sure that that notice is given to potential homeowners down, this first phase or phases in the future?
So there are a couple of things. A notice is required to be placed on the final plat of each phase, stating that this area is potentially an area where the airport it's called It's extended departure and arrival area. And so it's required to be placed on the, what we're trying to do is notify landowners or potential buyers that they may be underneath a future flight path at some point. So a statement is required to be placed on each of the plats, and it's also required to be placed in the covenants for the development. So when someone purchases or seeks to purchase one of the lots, as part of the title report, they're provided this notice and also a copy of the covenants. Now, we can't make people read it, but we can do our best. It's kind of a public information, public education type step. And then finally, to protect the city as well as protect the airport, we require that the developer provide what's called an avigation easement. So avigation refers to flight, Abby. And the easement essentially says that that this may happen, that the runway may be extended or a new runway may be built in the future. This property may be under that flight path at some point in the future. You can only build structures to a certain height. It really doesn't impact. No one's going to build a 600-foot tower on this property, but it's basically another way to let people know that an extended runway arrival and departure area may happen at some point in the future, and also to protect both the city and also the airport from liability, from people kind of filing nuisance lawsuits and that sort of thing.
Thanks so much. Can I actually ask a follow-up to that specific question, Mr. Mayor?
So we've strayed mightily into subdivision.
Okay, then I will wait to, thank you for clarifying that. I will hold my questions for the second part of this.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions from council members? Right, seeing none, Mr. Hess.
Thanks, Mayor. I would move that we adopt a resolution to annex and incorporate within the boundaries of the city of Missoula, Montana, a certain parcel of land described as Tract 9 of Certificate of Survey number 3176, located in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 12, Township 13 North, Range 20 West, Principal Meridian, Montana, and zone the property RT 5.4 residential based on the findings of fact in the staff report, subject to the conditions of annexation approval as amended by the City Council. And may I speak to the motion?
You may.
So I'll save my comments on the subdivision until that comes forward later on. I'll simply note right now that this is in Annexation Area B, or excuse me, Annexation Area A of our annexation policy, which is an area that is prioritized for annexation. And it's a medium density residential zoning district, which is consistent with the growth policy designation of the area. We really need to be making policy-driven decisions around land use, and these are our two governing policies right now. We've got our annexation policy and we've got our growth policy. The annexation policy dictates whether or not annexations are appropriate, and the growth policy dictates what type of land uses are appropriate. These two things clearly align with our adopted policy statements. So I'm going to support this, and I will address the broader question of the subdivision at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. With that, we have a motion that's in order. Is there further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, we've had a public hearing and we'll have a roll call vote.
Thanks, Mayor Engen. On the motion to adopt a resolution to annex and zone this property, we'll start this round of roll with Becerra.
Yes.
Contos.
Yes.
Harp.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
Yes.
Von Lossberg.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That's 12 ayes.
Thank you. And the annexation and rezoning are both approved. Our third and final public hearing this evening is on a proposal to regulate tobacco sales and prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products, among other things. And I am not sure who's providing staff report here tonight either.
Mayor Engen, I think that's Arwen Wheelander from the Health Department.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Oh, hello. Yes, I am Arwen Welander, and I'm here to present on the proposed tobacco ordinance. So can I share my screen?
You certainly may.
All right. So it's telling me. Can you guys see it now?
We cannot. Your video doesn't appear to be on. I don't know if that.
Oh, let me see. Oh boy.
All right, now try screen sharing.
Okay. We're back there. Is it showing up?
Not yet.
This keeps telling me the video is not.
There we go.
Yay.
Now we see it.
Thank you guys. Thanks for your patience. So again, I'm a tobacco prevention educator at the Missoula City County Health Department, and I've been asked to give a brief overview on the current trends of tobacco use among our youth and the impact of flavored tobacco and self-service displays, and an overview of the proposed ordinance. So we begin with the rise in the flavored tobacco products. Youth and young adults use flavored tobacco products more than any other age group. Flavored products are often the first tobacco product youth and young adults ever use, and nearly 81% of youth who have ever used a tobacco product reported that the first product they used was flavored. Since most tobacco users start before they are 18, flavored tobacco products play a critical role in the industry's marketing tactics. Tobacco product use is the leading cause of preventable death and disease in the United States. The tobacco industry needs to recruit replacement users for the thousands of people who die each year from tobacco-related diseases. One of the primary ways that tobacco and vape industries have attracted new users is by selling sweet, fruit, and candy-flavored products. Flavors improve the taste and reduce the harshness of tobacco products, making them more appealing and easier for young people to use. Flavors also create the impression that these products are less harmful than they actually are. In the 2009 federal law, the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act prohibits the sale of cigarettes other than menthol or tobacco. This law does not apply to other tobacco products on the market, such as electronic cigarettes, smokeless tobacco, and cigars. Since this law does not address all flavored tobacco products, it allows youth to turn to other flavored products in the absence of their preferred flavors. So e-cigarette use among youth has significantly increased in recent years, with Missoula mirroring the national trend seen here. From 2017 to 2019, e-cigarette use more than doubled among high school students, and it's tripled among middle school students. The significant increase in use of e-cigarettes by youth is driven in large part by flavored e-liquids, and flavors are a principal reason that youth initiate and maintain e-cigarette use. Youth are uniquely at risk for long-lasting effects of nicotine exposure because their brains are still forming and making permanent connections until the age of 25. Nicotine exposure during adolescence harms that part of the brain and harms the part of the brain that controls attention, learning, and mood, and impulse control. Nicotine in any form is unsafe for youth. Nicotine is highly addictive. In addition to nicotine addiction, youth may be susceptible to other health risks. Research indicates that youth who use e-cigarettes are 4 times more likely to go on to use regular cigarettes and become cigarette smokers. And the CDC also states that the surge in e-cigarettes has erased past progress in reducing youth tobacco use. And as you can see in 2011, how low the rates were for tobacco use, and now with the increase due to e-cigarettes. So another point we're talking about tonight is point of sale. Tobacco companies spend $1 million an hour in advertising where they know it'll be seen, just the point of sale. These points of sale strategies increase impulse purchases and normalize the presence of tobacco products in everyday life. Tobacco companies now spend most of their advertising and promotional dollars at the point of sale, making tobacco products more appealing to children, and they also trigger impulse purchases by addicted users seeking to quit. These photos were taken in and around Missoula, showing how tobacco products are placed at the front register, near candy, or in the place of candy at varying parts of the counter and at eye level for children, and are referred to as self-service displays. Self-service displays are defined as the open display or storage of tobacco products in a manner that is physically accessible in any way to the general public without having assistance of the retailer or employee. And I also just want to note that the bottom photo was taken on October 7th, 2020, so it still is currently a marketing strategy being used in Missoula. And currently there are no laws that exist prohibiting minors from entering vape shops in Montana. And according to the National Youth Tobacco Survey, 75% of youth that try to buy tobacco products in a vape shop were not refused sale. So 99% of the e-cigarettes sold in convenience stores contain nicotine. Even e-cigarette products that claim to contain zero nicotine have been found to contain nicotine. These are typical products sold in convenience stores. You got your colorful Swishers, sweets down at the bottom with the cigarillos and the packaging for snus that looks closely resembles mints, and then your Juuls and your other products. And flavors including menthol are an increasingly important driver of tobacco use. Menthol in cigarettes mask the harshness and taste of tobacco and is the source of addiction for more than half of teen smokers. And currently, 59,000 Montana kids alive now will become smokers. And sadly, 19,000 Montana kids alive now will prematurely die from smoking. So flavored products are clearly targeted at youth and young adults, but it's not just the flavor themselves that's appealing, but their colorful and kid-oriented packaging with kid-centric product names, like unicorn poop, that is an actual product. And these target children. Tobacco companies have a well-documented history of touting flavored products as a way to attract new smokers, as well as confirm that their flavored products marketing targets youth. Prohibiting the sale of flavored products will advance public health objectives of preventing initiation of tobacco use and promoting cessation. Flavors make it easier for new users to become addicted, and they also prolong addiction. So the 2019 Montana Youth Risk Behavior Survey showed nearly a third of Montana high school students currently use e-cigarettes, and more than half, 58%, have tried them. Approximately 43,000 Montana youth between the ages of 12 and 18 have tried vaping products. And 22,000 Montana youth are currently using vape products. There are numerous studies showing policies that restrict flavored tobacco products, like the proposed ordinance presented here tonight, are important at the local level, as the federal government has failed to implement strong flavored tobacco regulation. In Missoula County, we have seen an 82% increase in e-cigarette use in the last 2 years, with flavors being the driving force in youth initiation and continued use. Eliminating flavors has been shown to be effective in reducing youth initiation of cigarette smoking. A recent study in the Journal of Adolescent Health found that the 2009 flavored cigarette ban reduced smoking among youth by 43%. Flavored products have fueled what is now an epidemic among youth. And 97%, which is nearly all, of current e-cigarette users use flavored products. So in the absence of impactful federal and state regulations, we are focusing on our community to address the public health issue and protect our youth from being targeted by tobacco through product placement and flavors. This ordinance does not ban the sale of tobacco. It allows adults addicted to tobacco to still access regular tobacco products. The proposed ordinance does two things. It prohibits the sale of any tobacco product by self-service display, with the one exception noted with the vending machine. The intent of this rule is to make sure that anyone who accesses tobacco products in a retail setting will have to ask for them, giving the clerk a clear opportunity to verify their age. Secondly, the proposed ordinance prohibits the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol. The proposed ordinance also applies to all flavored e-cigarette products, which includes both closed and open systems. The current FDA guidance leaves thousands of kid-friendly products on the market, including the increasingly popular disposable e-cigarettes, as shown on the screen, the puff bars, which in January when the FDA converted or closed, when they banned the closed systems, they all the kids converted to the disposables since they couldn't get their flavored Juul product. So the disposables were part of the loophole, so they were able to get that. So anyway, let's see. And the nicotine e-liquids come in over 15,000 flavors, and refillable devices and menthol flavored products would all be are all left out of the FDA guidance. Current annual healthcare cost due to tobacco in Montana is $440 million. We allow tobacco companies to reap billions of dollars at the expense of our communities as they leave Montanans to clean up the addiction, death, and disease they create. We're asking our community to prioritize our youth and not allow tobacco companies to target kids with flavors and predatory marketing tactics. So for enforcement, I'll just cover it briefly, but the Missoula City County Health Department would be responsible for enforcement, and it's complaint driven. And this ordinance would also be in effect outside the city limits, but within the 5-mile city limits when approved by the Missoula City County Commissioners and Missoula City County Health Board through the extraterritorial application. And I will close the presentation there, and I thank you for your time.
You're muted, Mayor.
Sorry, most people prefer it that way. Thanks, Ms. Waylander, for your presentation. Just a reminder that we will have public hearing this evening. We will have a committee meeting on Wednesday of this week on this topic, and the public hearing will remain open. We've got what appears to be quite a few folks who might be interested in commenting this evening, so I will be a little bit strict with the 3-minute rule enforcement. With that, Ms. Morrison.
Good evening. My name is Beth Morrison. I work here in Montana for Alliance for Youth. I'm a prevention specialist, and I'm also a volunteer with Parents Against Vaping here in Montana. I wholeheartedly support this ordinance restricting the sale of all flavored tobacco products. Montana communities, I believe, need to take action because our state and our federal government haven't stepped up to protect kids from being targeted by these addictive and dangerous products. I've seen firsthand through my work the devastation that youth vaping has had on both young people and their families. Comprehensive local policies like you're presenting today are needed to stop the longtime practice by the tobacco industry of using flavors to hook kids on nicotine. So Big Tobacco has used flavored chew, cigarillos, and other products for many years to hook kids, but this vaping is the new flavor trap, and it's very effective. I want to thank Arwen for all the stats that she shared, so I won't go over any of the stats that I have. However, nicotine in any form is very dangerous and unsafe for youth, and it's so highly addicted. And the biggest concern for me is it just primes the brain for addiction for future drug use. So I really applaud the city council members for moving this ordinance forward. It will help reduce youth initiation into tobacco use and protect kids from nicotine addiction and serious illness and the risk of premature death as they get older. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And Ms. Thiebaud? Nancy Thiebaud? Hello, Nancy. All right. Meredith Berkman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, and also Beth, who's our Missoula momvacate on the ground. I'm Meredith Berkman, and I'm a co-founder of Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, or PAVE, a national organization created by 3 moms, including me, as a grassroots response to the youth vaping epidemic and the predatory behavior of big tobacco. The catalyst was our discovery in April 2018 that a Juul rep had entered our son's high school through an outside anti-addiction group, and without the school's knowledge and without any other teachers present, told the 9th grade students that Juul was totally safe and would receive FDA approval any day. Our congressional testimony and that of our sons about this really disturbing incident in July 2019 has been cited by FDA as evidence that Juul marketed directly to minors. And I'm here tonight representing the 3.6 million families across this country, and as you heard from Beth, including here in Missoula, whose lives have been upended by this youth vaping epidemic. And I'm here on behalf of our national group as a full-time volunteer to express our support for a ban in Missoula on all flavored e-cigarettes and all flavored tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes. We're facing an adolescent public health crisis that is made even more urgent by COVID. A recent Stanford study has shown that teens who vape are 5 to 7 times more likely to contract COVID. Like vaping and smoking, COVID attacks our teens' precious developing lungs. I also don't want to repeat the wonderful and fulsome presentation from the woman at the health department, but I'll very quickly just say that the latest figures show 1 in 5 high school students are vaping on a regular basis, 1 in 5. And in Montana, these numbers are even more disturbing. As we heard, according to the 2019 Montana Youth Risk Survey, 1/3 of Montana high school students are vaping on a regular basis. And there's been a 263% increase in the use of these products by Montana high school students. As a mother of 4 quarantines, as I now like to refer to them, I'm horrified by these numbers, and I'm sure you are as well. And most important is that the numbers prove flavors hook our kids. 8 out of 10 e-cig users are choosing flavor products. 37% are now choosing menthol flavor. So flavors are hooking Montana teens on e-cigarettes. Flavors are hooking them on tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes. And those products have been used by big tobacco to target African-American consumers for decades. So as a mom, as a volunteer advocate or momvacate, as a co-founder of PAVE, nationally and with PAVE, our PAVE moms here in Montana, I urge you to ban all flavored e-cigarettes and all other tobacco products to protect the kids of Missoula. We can't let this generation of kids become lifetime nicotine addicts and big tobacco's next lifetime customers. So thank you so much again for your time and for considering this really important legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Berkman. And Carrie Nyson.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I really appreciate your time this evening. There is no safe tobacco product, including e-cigarettes, nicotine pouches, and chew. Cigarettes and tobacco, when used as intended, cause death and disease. And flavored products, including e-cigarettes and nicotine pouches, aren't approved products to quit using tobacco. The makers of these products have made no move and no effort to have these products move through the process of approval as cessation devices. Some cigarette users will cite a study done in England, allegedly finding e-cigarettes safer than traditional cigarettes. After this report release, The Lancet did an editorial rebutting this finding. The study that provided the basis for the figure was based on views of a panel of experts, some of whom appear to have ties with the industry. The European Respiratory Society also pushes back against the proposed findings of this report. And switching from cigarettes to other tobacco products, including electronic cigarettes, is not quitting. Using FDA-approved nicotine replacement therapy with cessation counseling has the highest quit success rates, and adults in Montana have access to cessation products and counseling through the Quit line in Montana. Flavored tobacco, including menthol, are used to lure people to tobacco because they are sweeter and milder than regular tobacco. This has been a tactic used for years. Menthol is what hooked my dad when he was in the Army, and flavors are still targeting our children and hooking our youth today. Let's remove this on-ramp that hooked my dad and is hooking Missoula youth today. Please support this vital health protection and implement it as soon as possible. It would be a great New Year's gift for Missoula. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And Dr. Stenger.
Hello, and
Rob, we lost you. Dr. Singer, we can't hear you. Right. Rob, I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is C.B. Pearson. I'm the campaign manager for Montana Kids versus Big Tobacco, and I'm speaking in enthusiastic support of the flavor restriction ordinance. And as you may know, that over 2 years ago, a group of Montana citizens asked you and the Board of Health to act to address this problem of flavored tobacco and youth addiction to tobacco and nicotine products. Many discussions by the Board of Health, county commissioners, and the Missoula City Council Public Safety and Health Committee have brought us to this point. I want to thank you for the hard work to advance this issue. And I also want to offer an apology because I understand that some of you have been facing very harsh and abusive criticism from opponents on the other side. That's not the Missoula way. And I apologize that some of you have faced abusive information and threats. So I want to first acknowledge your fortitude in this circumstance. For many years, I have been active in national efforts to reduce the harm from tobacco to our society. I've worked at the community, state, and federal level, and I've had an opportunity to work in states across the country. I have consistently seen the power and unscrupulous deeds of the tobacco industry and their allies. If you want to get some insights into their actions, follow their own words and deeds of the years past. Frankly, they're bad actors, and time again, they've acted to harm our society with their products and their brute political force. Montana and its citizens have felt the brunt of this powerful lobby, who is willing to say anything, do anything, and spend anything to keep their addictive product sales high and to addict the next generation of users. Make no mistake, Big Tobacco is running this campaign to defeat this common sense local policy in Missoula, Montana. And in fact, two of the most powerful lobbies in Montana in the nation and in the nation are publicly opposing this public health measure. Reynolds Tobacco is running Facebook ads and orchestrating a campaign against this policy, and they're joined by Americans for Prosperity. I find it really ironic that Reynolds Tobacco of Joe Campbell fame currently owes the state of Montana $43 million in non-payment of the master settlement agreement but they have no problem coming up with enough money to run ads and to conduct a campaign against this flavor restriction. In fact, they are leading the efforts to fight these public health measures across the country. It's funny, right now, Attorney General Fox is suing Reynolds Tobacco to pay that $43 million, and you and I should hope that they pay it because it helps fund critical prevention dollars, health insurance, and other key health care for Montanans. And let's turn to Americans for Prosperity for a moment. They've been texting people all day in Missoula. You may have heard about it. They are the most anti-science, anti-public health organization in this country with deep pockets. Mega billionaires, the Koch brothers, fund this organization and its activities. And the tie between Reynolds and AFP is tight. Reynolds has historically funded AFP.
Mr. Pearson, we're
Yeah.
about 2.5 minutes in.
Okay, thank you. I'll just jump into a couple other points real quickly. It's really important to good public health policy starts at the community level. And it's nice to see that we are fighting big tobacco and their surrogates in our community right up front. Realize that the tobacco companies are the ones who make the product. The distributors help with the marketing and sales strategy, and then the retailers are the ones who provide the point of sale. The one thing to note is the tactics that will be imposed here. They did the same tactics during the clean indoor air fight over a decade ago. First, they'll use economic blackmail. They'll say there's loss of jobs and the loss of tax dollars. They'll say the city of Missoula does not have the authority to do this. They'll say it's unnecessary and it should be a personal choice. They'll say it won't work. They'll say it will be a black market. They will say that the kids are the problem and the parents. They'll attack the process, threaten legal action, and claim that state and federal laws are already in place to address this problem.
Mr. Pearson, I've got 35 people who would like to speak.
Okay.
And you're at 5 minutes. So what I would ask is submit rest of comment over the course of the week through the many varieties of receipt that are available.
Thank you. I should have timed my remarks. I did not do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Bell.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Engen and council members. My name is Liz Bile. I'm a pediatrician here in Missoula, and I just want to echo what a lot of folks have said tonight, but also emphasize that I've taken care of kids personally here in Missoula and many kids who disclose vaping. That's from trying or intermittent use to even daily or sadly multiple times per day use. And alarmingly, it's even been kids that are less than 10 years old who I've cared for that have disclosed this. So just to emphasize again what's already been said, these kids are being targeted by flavors like bubblegum and the fruit flavors and so on. And they're getting hooked, and they're getting hooked for life. And the data shows it. That's been discussed already tonight. So we know it's addictive. We know it's dangerous. And now we're in the middle of a COVID pandemic with Missoula and Montana hospitals filling up. And we know that it seriously affects the lungs and can create worse injury for those who smoke or vape, including our youth. So I just want to urge the council to vote yes on this ordinance for the health and the safety and the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bale. And Mr. Larson.
I'd like to just acknowledge all the doctors and all the moms.
We can't hear you, Mr. Larson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Larson, I'll check back with you. We can't hear you at the moment. Ms. Dudek.
Thank you, Mayor Engen. Hi, City Council members. I'm Representative Kimberly Dudek. I'm a Montana state legislator. I'm also a registered nurse and a mother of 4 lovely children. I serve on the Providence, Montana Community Mission Board, and I was glad to sign our letter to you asking that you restrict the sale of all flavored tobacco products here in Missoula. An ordinance like this that we're talking about tonight will keep my kids and other children safe from addiction and other tobacco-related illnesses. The flavored e-cigarettes and the little cigars and smokeless tobacco products that we saw in the presentation at the beginning were created to initiate young people into smoking. They're gentle to use and they taste like candy that kids enjoy. Even my 3-year-old would probably enjoy eating these because he loves sweet stuff. The industry knows what they're doing, and it's not hard to figure out why they do it. They need to create new users as the old ones die off, unfortunately, many times from the tobacco-related illnesses. I really believe we need to rein in big tobacco and protect our kids. As we heard before, government has previously recognized how dangerous tobacco-related death and disease is. And it's been shown by the national ban, the Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act that the Congress passed in October of '09, banning cigarettes with flavors other than menthol or tobacco. It's time that we update our laws to reflect the new reality of tobacco that's occurred with the flavored vape products. And it's time that we have to decide whether we prioritize the health and safety of our children or whether we prioritize the wealth of a few individuals who are going to profit off of the products that make our children sick and lifetime tobacco users. I fall on the side of protecting our children, and I would ask that you do the same and pass this ordinance. It's common sense and it's good for our kids. Thank you all for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Representative Dudek. And Phil Gardner. Phil, it looks like you're muted. All right, we're not hearing you at the moment. I'm going to keep you in the queue though, and we'll check back. Mike Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor Engen, city councilors. I spoke with you briefly last week, and looking forward to speaking with you again next week. I just wanted to remind everyone again that this is a crime for the underage possession, purchase, or use, and it's also a crime to provide for them. The city police are stating that it is their policy to cite all individuals they encounter that are breaking these laws, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of hiring signs outside of all of the gas stations and convenience stores, so they must be doing their job appropriately if they haven't fired all of their wayward employees. It's something like $1,000 fine to the individual and a $10,000 fine to the store. I'm certainly not about to risk my my rent paycheck for the sake of somebody else's kids. Keep in mind, these are kids that I didn't raise. I didn't get to instill in them my values. I don't get to slap the cigarette out of their mouth or discipline them. Again, these are the crimes of other people's children. These individuals are being cited for them already, and to hold anyone else accountable for these crimes is a violation of our Fifth Amendment. The proposed ban on flavored nicotine in a 5-mile radius of the city for the purpose of youth protection is wrong for numerous reasons. Firstly, the issue that it identifies has already been addressed by federal law, curbing 1/3 of youth use by removing the middle link between legal market and underage user. 1.8 million fewer youth use nicotine this year compared to last year. The next few years will show a continuation of that decline, and further measures may have more negative consequences than beneficial outcomes. Secondly, it is illegal for jurisdictions within the state to supersede state law on matters of youth protection from tobacco and alcohol. The state has reserved the authority to be the most severe and to decide when it is too severe and poses too great an impact to law-abiding adults. The area the city seeks to exert influence over is 3.4 times the size of the jurisdiction of the city limits. Thousands of county residents that are not allowed to vote for city offices will be directly impacted by this measure. Furthermore, a portion of the revenue brought in by specialty stores at the crossroads of two major highways, I-90 and Highway 93, will be lost. Removing legal options from the market will only drive consumers to the black market or markets outside the jurisdiction. If this law will be so easy to circumvent as driving to Lolo, what's the point? Prohibition and the war on drugs have failed, but the rise of organized crime and all of the violence of gangs and cartels has only skyrocketed with efforts to remove legal options from the market. This year, a young man was shot in a car and pushed out, left for dead in the road over something he could have purchased legally in other jurisdictions. A regulated market allows for government to control certain factors like verifying the age of consumers, providing products free of contaminants, generating revenue for the jurisdiction and providing legitimate employment for business owners and employees. Competing markets produce better quality products at cheaper prices and afford the consumer more choices and control. Illegal markets offer no such controls for government or the individual. There is no safe legal option. During Prohibition, we saw over 10,000 Americans murdered by government order, poisoned with methyl alcohol. Last year, we saw hazardous skin bleaching cosmetic agent vitamin E acetate used in counterfeit illegal marijuana cartridges, which led to thousands of hospitalizations and scores of deaths. Yet we seek to hold all of the legal consumers responsible for the criminal actions of only the children who have already been cited. I'm not responsible for their actions. Again, it's illegal to pursue this ban. It is morally unjustified to hold everyone accountable for anyone else's crimes. I mean, I can't even pay their meager $50 to $250 fee, depending on how many times they've been cited for this. It's something like $250 for the third and subsequent offenses. I mean, that's a couple of video games. It's not even a full-size Xbox system. Clearly, the law is too light to prevent recidivism and deter new offenses, but this is a matter for the state level and for the parents and the court system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keefe. Lauren Wilson.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Lauren Wilson, and I am a pediatrician in Missoula. I'm the mom of 2 kids in Missoula schools, and I'm also the vice president of the Montana AAP, the American Academy of Pediatrics. We have about 130 members, and we're all greatly appreciative of what you're doing here and support it wholeheartedly. As a pediatrician, I see young kids using vaping products. The industry's done a good job of convincing kids that they're safe. They believe it. Their parents often believe it. We have had parents leave vaping cartridges at the nurse's station in our hospital. And these are ubiquitous. Kids find it easy to get these products now. And kids are kind of opportunistic users. If they're not around, then they're not going to be using them in such high quantities. So I'm asking you to do your part in taking these out of the sightline of kids and out of our schools. And I thank you for what you've done so far.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. And Jonathan Scher.
Great, thank you very much. My name is John Scher. I'm the executive director of the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. So I'm calling you all the way from Massachusetts tonight on behalf of convenience retailers of Missoula, but also to act in an advisory capacity to your city council. I've been dealing with local and state flavor bans for the better part of 3 years, so I've heard everything being said here tonight many, many times. Everyone in favor of the ordinance tonight is talking about youth and vaping. Certainly, this is a real issue, but then very slickly, they managed to weave menthol cigarettes and mint wintergreen smokeless into the conversation. Let me be very clear. This is not a flavor issue. It is a product issue. So while e-vapor products do indeed have youth appeal, menthol cigarettes and mint wintergreen smokeless and pipe tobacco are adult products with minute youth appeal. That same National Youth Tobacco Survey data that shows the high rate of youth use for e-vapor shows something in the single digits and falling year after year for these other products. So 19.5% of high school students reported in 2020 they used an e-vapor, a decrease from 27.5% just the year earlier. Cigarettes, 5.8%. Smokeless, 4.8%. So again, 19.5 up, down from 27.5 versus 5.8 and 4.8. 2 different products with respect to youth appeal. In fact, the fruity flavors e-vapor products that Ms. Waylander spoke of are no longer available in convenience stores in the United States. So to talk about fruity flavors, it's a buzzword, it's a talking point. They no longer exist in convenience stores. So if you do consider including menthol cigarettes and mint wintergreen smokeless in this ordinance, let me share with you just a little bit of what happened here in Massachusetts. In late 2019, the state passed a law banning all flavored tobacco and e-vapor effective June 1st of this year. So very much what you guys are looking to do. In fact, exactly what you're looking to do. At the time, we warned the legislature of the existing black market for these products and how it would fill the void significantly reduced excise tax revenue, and extreme damage to business of licensed retailers. Despite all this, they passed the law. Let me just give you a little bit of what's happened in just the 4 months. Since June, all of our warnings have become a reality and continue. Massachusetts cigarette sales are off 23%. The state is on pace to lose $150 million. New Hampshire is going to gain $70 million. Menthol cigarette sales are up 100%, and flavored smokeless is up 175%. Rhode Island is going to gain $40 million. Menthol cigarette sales are up 52%. Flavored smokeless is up 47%. Massachusetts banned the sale of flavored tobacco, not the use. New Hampshire and Rhode Island easily filled that void. The same will happen in any other district that looks to do the same thing. So you may say, well, this isn't a financial consideration. Okay. But when you can abandon a legal, licensed, taxed, and enforced framework for a product that is easily transportable and highly profitable in an illicit environment, you create a host of other issues that, frankly and respectfully, you're unequipped to address. I'll leave you with 2 takeaways. 1, don't conflate the issue. If you are concerned about e-cigarettes and youth, then take action on those products. Don't make the mistake of lumping menthol cigarettes and mint wintergreen smokeless. They are not the same products and they do not have the same youth appeal, not even close. Number 2, ask yourself if you're ready to vacate a legal, licensed, taxed, regulated, and enforced framework for these legal, age-restricted products and deal with the public health and public safety issues that will result in the void you've left. Like it or not, these will remain legal adult products everywhere else. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Randy Cox.
Thank you, Mayor Engen, council members. My name is Randy Cox. With my wife, Teresa, we're residents of Ward 4. I'm a lawyer at Boone Carlberg, but appearing here on my own and on behalf of no one but me. I'm here to provide a perspective of a lawsuit I was involved in about a year ago and to support the ordinance. I was hired to represent the governor and the Department of Public Health in a lawsuit brought by the vaping industry and some vape shop owners, challenging the governor's emergency ban on sale of flavored vape products. I submitted an explanation of the background of that case. I also provided a copy of the order issued by the district court in Ravalli County. But I want to provide just a little bit of perspective. I was hired about 8 days before the hearing, and so I had to learn quickly about it. Before that, I didn't know anything at all about vaping. What I learned first was that vaping is nothing more than a nicotine delivery system, and it's really efficient at it. Delivers nicotine directly into the brains of school-age kids. That constitutes the public health emergency. I was stunned to find overwhelming evidence establishing the serious and irreversible health effects of vaping, especially effects on young people. I was shocked at the evidence regarding widespread use all the way down into grade schools. I was astonished by the parallel between cigarette marketing tactics directed to American kids from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and how those are being used by the vape industry now. I called as a witness Dr. Jackler, who's a Stanford medical school professor and a preeminent expert on tobacco and vaping advertising. Judge Lint, who was the presiding judge in our case in Hamilton, called his testimony highly credible. And he testified about how the tobacco industry, with its notorious past, is now running vape advertising. 3 things in particular struck me about handling this particular case. 1, the proof as to the harmful effects of vaping, and putting together the proof in a case was, quite frankly, fish in a barrel. The industry just doesn't have an answer. Please take note of Judge Lind's factual findings and her conclusions. She noted that the medical experts in the case on both sides agreed about the exponential growth of youth nicotine use due to vaping and its damage to young brains. In a telling statement, Judge Lind concluded as a matter of law that the mere existence of flavored vape liquid creates the immediate peril to youth. The other striking thing was the vape shop's argument about economics and loss of jobs and all of that. While that's an important legal issue on a preliminary injunction motion, Judge Link concluded on page 24, you'll find this quote, "Preventing further harm to the public health is more important than preventing economic harm to vapor product businesses." Third striking item, there was no appeal to the Montana Supreme Court. Why? Because the court's findings were powerful and compelling. Two, an appeal would bring more bad press to the industry and probably even national news. And three, it's easy enough to ignore a state district court opinion, but not an opinion from an appellate court. I'm here to suggest that the district court's findings and conclusions make good reading. They should be taken seriously, and I ask that the council do so and pass the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. And Dr. Gardner, we're trying again. Phil, are you there? Does not appear to be. Paul Smith. Mr. Smith, are you there? And if so, you're muted. All right. Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We can, Earl.
All right, very good. My name is Earl Allen. I'm the marketing manager and one of about 30 employees of your 3 Noons food stores, the Sinclair stations here in Missoula. You know, we're in or very near just about every ward in town. If we're not in your ward, we're across the street from it, I'd like to think. So, you know, we seem, those of us in the retail industry seem to be coming to this a little bit late. And I appreciate the fact we've had some interaction and I've been able to email a couple of city councilors so far, but I do want to make some points tonight for the group as a whole. And the first thing is there's going to be unintended consequences that's going to damage your hometown, small local retailers. I mean, I've worked in this industry in this town for 26 years. I empathize with the goal. And I've got a 14-year-old son too, and him and more so his mom work on teaching him right and wrong day in and day out. But I think a broad ban such as this is the wrong approach. And mostly because I have concerns that it will simply push a good third of our business somewhere outside of town. You know, you heard from Mr. Scheer earlier about how the jurisdictional thing doesn't work. I'll remind you that Alberton and our Lee, Drummond and Florence are all less than 30 minutes away. Idaho with lower excise taxes is less than 2 hours away. The internet, where I think the biggest portion of this problem comes from, is always available. And I think you're going to take a significant amount of our business and push it to either out of town or to those illicit trades. And that has a negative effect on us. It does have an effect on our ability to provide jobs, multiple jobs in our stores. It also has a huge effect on our ability to continue to support the community, not only with the platinum level insurance that we provide our employees, but with the donations we make to things like fueling the trucks for the food bank, or you know, support for Watson's Children's Shelter, or the donation we're arranging today for the folks who run Meals on Wheels. Never mind the fair, the 4-H, University of Montana, not just the athletic program, but several groups and departments. So you're taking a broad brush, you know, a cleaver to a problem that may need a scalpel. We have been concerned about selling age-restricted products for years. And we've been on that fight. You know, like I said, we're the small town corner store. We enforce the gold standard, 98% or better compliance. In fact, I will tell you, just Saturday, our crews, 2 people in our stores passed compliance checks, masks and all. One was a very new employee who had just been trained. We spend thousands of dollars on signs and training and register systems which require ID. Our newest employee passed a compliance check, and one of our assistant managers who's been with us for years has passed a compliance check. So we have been working on the front lines of this for years. And one other point I'd like to make quickly is that I believe that some of the information you've seen has been quite one-sided, and I think some of it's out of date. The retail environment has changed significantly since the end of last year and early this year. The age range limit went up from 18 to 21, and I think that eliminates a lot of the high schooler access. The FDA has, in fact, pulled many products. The manufacturers have, in fact, pulled many products already. The FDA has recently won court cases that allow them control using deeming regulations over several other products. They are taking action. And I think some of the numbers, the low numbers that you see for these traditional tobacco products in the most recent survey will continue to go down. And I think the vapor products will as well. So I would encourage you folks to take a good look at this. And just remember, we're out there, we're part of your community. We face steep fines and we get put on the clock for further compliance checks, even losing our license and access to product if we fail in compliance. So this is a local, small business, your hometown issue. And I encourage you to look at that as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I have someone named Isaac.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This proposed flavored tobacco ban that's currently under your consideration will have detrimental effects on business owners in Missoula. Many business owners have already been negatively affected by the economic impact of COVID-19, and a ban would be crippling to shop owners and would likely close the doors permanently for many businesses. Not only is this a burden on small businesses, but we at Americans for Prosperity feel that it would also place additional enforcement burdens on our police officers, adding another unnecessary law that would contribute to the overcriminalization problem in our country. It's past time we recognize just how many laws police have an obligation to enforce and the unnecessary tensions it creates in our communities. With police reform sweeping the nation, this proposed rule is completely contrary to the public concern right now to policing reform. I'd like to take a moment and remember Eric Gardner, who was killed thanks to rules similar to the ones you're proposing tonight. These sorts of bans are a great way to push sales into the black market, thereby increasing the chance consumers will drive the demand for black market flavored e-cigarettes and make it more likely police will have confrontations with the people, usually economically disadvantaged people. That's what overcriminalization is. The slow creep of rules like this that are well-intended but create devastating consequences to the people at the margin. The last thing we should be doing is criminalizing something like vaping or flavored e-cigarettes simply because we don't like people doing it. Furthermore, consenting adults in a legal market should have the freedom to choose these products if they wish. Prohibition time and time again has proven to be ineffective, and flavored vape products are already illegal for minors to purchase in the state of Montana. I urge you to oppose any flavored tobacco ban in Missoula, which would needlessly criminalize small businesses, as well as responsible consumers. As Montana begins to recover from COVID-19 and the economic shutdown, the last thing our business community needs is a ban on a legal product that provides a livelihood for many people in our beautiful city. Please work to help Missoula recover during these difficult times by removing economic barriers, not creating them. Thank you.
And sir, may I ask you to identify yourself for the record, please?
Isaac Edikoskis.
Thank you very much. And I have someone identified as John.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, Mr. Mayor, city councilors, I appreciate the opportunity to address you on this flavor ban regarding tobacco. My name is John Monahan. I am the sales manager for the Noon stores here in Missoula. You just heard my assistant Earl Allen discuss some of the issues that we have concerns with in this ban. And while I agree with the intent of the ban, unfortunately, it's not going to work. Like as Earl had said, it's going to push those sales outside that 5 mile buffer. And I think a couple different people said, hey, let's go after big tobacco. You're not going to hurt big tobacco. Those sales are still going to be made outside the 5 mile buffer. But what you are going to hurt is you're going to hurt your local retailers, your Main Street retailers that, as Earl had said, are supporting a lot of things in your community. I think that actually, let's go to this. We have, we've done some homework on this. We know that if we just remove the tobacco products, the 3 Noon stores here in town, we are going to have to furlough 3 to 5 employees, full-time equivalent employees, because of course our labor budgets are based on a percentage of total sales. If you take into account the ancillary sales, tobacco, pop, chips, gasoline, beer, that number is probably going to go closer to 7 to 8 full-time equivalent employees. And we use a lot of college students, so they're part-time employees. We're really looking at a number between 8 and 10, and that's in 3 locations. That doesn't count all the other retail locations that are in town. So I realize that there's an economic cost to this, but I'd like, if this ordinance were to pass, I'd like the city council to come into our stores and tell me which 5 of my employees I'm going to terminate because this ordinance passed. What I really don't want us to get into is I think that there's a lot that we can work together. I don't believe this ordinance will deter any of the youth access to those products. I think, as Earl had said, our employees are the tip of the spear in keeping tobacco products away from minors. Matter of fact, I think one of your pediatricians said that she had a parent drop off a jewel pod or something at a nurse's station. Okay. You know what? That parent doesn't get fined if they sell to a minor, if they give that product to a minor. Our employees do. Matter of fact, our employees get terminated if they make an illegal sale. I think we should work together. The pictures that your presenter showed, we've never had that product at a self-service level. The products were shown before, the candy flavored things, we've never had any of that product in our stores. And what you're going to do is you're going to push those sales to the internet, which you do not control. Matter of fact, we would love a seat at the table. We have offered to have several of the council members come tour our stores. Heather Harp, I appreciate you coming down and taking a look at our stores and being informed as far as what we do and how we protect the youth. I think that we can work together to reach the conclusion that this ordinance seeks, but it certainly isn't in banning legal products and pushing those sales outside that 5 mile buffer. And again, I would open up an offer to any of the council members to come tour our stores, see what we do, see the training that our employees go through so those illegal sales are not made. And we've got some great ideas on how we can strengthen the youth tobacco laws, but we need a seat at the table to do that. So I appreciate your time. I realize you all have a lot on your plate, and we would love to be able to work with you to achieve the desired results here. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. And Missy Adams.
Hello, my name is Missy Adams, and I'm speaking in support of the flavored tobacco sales restriction. I live in Ward 4, and I'm a concerned community member and parent of 2 teenage kids. I'm specifically concerned with how the flavored tobacco products directly target teens and young adults. and I have seen a dramatic increase in the use of these products in our young people in Missoula. I believe that the use of flavored tobacco products is an epidemic that needs to be recognized, and that this restriction is a great step in the right direction to helping stop a new generation of addiction. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dana Kingfisher.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dana Kingfisher, the Tobacco Program Coordinator for the All Nations Health Center, which is located in Ward 4. We are very concerned about the tobacco industry targeting our youth with their flavored products. So much so that we have taken middle and high school students on scavenger hunts to local convenience stores and gas stations to physically show them how they are being targeted with sweet flavors and candy packaging. This youth targeting with flavor works. In Montana, 5 times more kids than adults use e-cigarettes. We need to end this flavor trap of youth targeting, and we urge you to implement this health protection for Missoula kids as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kingfisher. And someone appears to be calling from the IT department at ALPS.
This is Jennifer Newbold. Can you hear me?
We can, Jennifer.
Great, thanks. Thanks for your time this evening. My name is Jennifer Newbold. I reside in Ward 1, and I'm calling in tonight to express strong support for this ordinance as you take it under consideration. As a former Missoula County Public Schools school board trustee and a mom to 3 kiddos, 1 high schooler, 1 middle schooler, and 1 elementary schooler, I care very much and take a vested interest in the health of children in our community. I think we all recognize the danger of tobacco, and some may argue that tobacco use is a personal choice. In fact, that's an argument that we've heard this evening, and I don't disagree with that. I do disagree, though, with what I see as an immoral targeting of kids in an effort to get them using tobacco at a young age. That is not okay, and that should not be legal. Some may also contend this is an unfair infringement on business. I personally don't believe that any business or financial interest is acceptable to put before the health and safety of our community's children. The rate at which kids under age 18 are becoming new daily smokers is significant. 300 kids a day in Montana. We live in a relatively small state, and that number should shock us. Stopping nicotine addiction before it happens is a public health issue. We have a responsibility to protect kids from being unknowingly targeted with candy-like flavors and candy-like packaging. We can and should do better, and I urge the council to demonstrate their support for the health and well-being of our kids by supporting this ordinance. Thanks again for listening to this public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Newbold. And Carrie McHugh.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, Carrie.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Carrie McHugh. I work at the YMCA, but I am here just representing myself. I'm a mother of 3 young children, and I support this ordinance for the simple fact that I think it's a public health crisis and that it is our social responsibility to keep kids safe and prevent targeting young children to use tobacco.
Ms. McHugh?
Could you hear me?
We could not, I'm sorry.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, we'll do it again. Hi, my name is Carrie McHugh. I work at the Missoula Family YMCA, and I'm here representing just myself. But I am a mother of 3 young children, and I support this ordinance for the simple fact that I think it's a public health crisis and that we should not be targeting young kids to use tobacco at a young age. I think it's our social responsibility to keep kids safe, and I just want to support full-heartedly this ordinance.
Thank you, Ms. McHugh. And Ms. Kohler.
Mayor and members of City Council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm Susan Kohler, CEO of Missoula Aging Services, and our mission is to promote the independence, dignity, and health of older adults and those that care for them. I think it's an important part of what we do is advocacy, and this is what I feel I'm doing tonight. We work with many individuals over the years who have suffered as a result of lifelong smoking. They have emphysema and cancer, and I don't see any of the tobacco companies sitting by their side when they can't breathe and they have to have oxygen and only watch it decline, their health decline. And in many of their cases at their age, they were unaware of the health risk, primarily because the tobacco company, even in those years, knew what was going on, but the rest of the public didn't know. And almost every one of them, if they could speak, would speak tonight saying to do whatever you can do to prevent people from smoking, vaping, whatever the case may be. You've probably heard that the greatest indicator of poverty in old age is poverty in youth. It's very similar with our health. Greatest indication of bad health in older adults is bad health habits in our children. And I have, excuse me, I see this not as an economic issue. I'm only voicing my concerns because it is a health issue. I remember all the arguments about banning smoking in restaurants and bars, and you know, you have to take one step and then it becomes hopefully grows from there, so the other communities and hopefully statewide take steps towards it too. I have two children, they're now both adults. One struggled in high school with cigarette addiction and got away she finally got some help and was able to quit. And then vaping came about, and she was assured by her resources that vaping was harmless. And she's still trying to deal with that today, with the thought that it will not, you know, that it's not as bad as cigarette smoking is. But I also recall my own youth, and this is what makes me weary. So I was a kid, at least a kid to make these kinds of decisions in the 60s. And they started with selling actually cigarette cartons with candy cigarettes in them. And you'd go to the store, you could play like you were smoking those cigarettes. And of course, the bonus at the end is you could eat it. And it tasted really good. And our parents, they're the greatest generation, still, that many of them, because of the war and because there was no indication of health issues, smoked cigarettes. And so as kids, we snuck menthol, primarily cigarettes, from our neighbor's mother. And apparently she bought so many cartons, she never noticed it. But I don't think I would have smoked then if it wasn't menthol, Salem. I don't think Salem is even a product anymore. But the menthol made it easier to try. And as I got older and into college, I was then switched to menthol Marlboro, another thing. But I was never a good smoker. I didn't, you know, do well with it, but I did get addicted to it. So even though I didn't care for it, the addiction kept me hooked in. It was hard to stop that. Fortunately, I did. But I think what I'm concerned about is we are, United States, a capitalistic society. But what I've seen a break in is that capitalism no longer cares about the village that needs to surround our children and the rest of society. It's about making money. And if it were me, I wish there was no tobacco could be taken away altogether. But whatever you can do to prevent our youth from getting addicted to this substance would be of great help. I lost my hunting buddy, a 58-year-old man in Choteau, Montana, who dropped over a heart attack, who smoked heavily his whole life. And that was what caused the heart attack. And he preached to his kids every single day about not smoking. And it wasn't until he dropped over and died that they finally really understood that impact. Plus, Shoto's a small enough community that most of the friends could see what each other are doing and would get on. Missoula's not small anymore.
We're north of 5 minutes, so I'll ask you to wrap it up, please.
Okay, so I really hope that you do whatever we can, even if you're the first out of the gate, to make these kinds of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jean Stringer.
Hi, this is Ann Ziegler. I think I'm under the Montana Dental Association's account for Zoom, but I'm a local citizen. I'm a pediatric dentist, and I'm also the president of the Montana Dental Association Second District Dental Society, which has about 100 members. I also live in Ward 4, and as an oral health professional and an advocate for pediatric oral health, it's my responsibility to support this anti-flavored tobacco campaign. As you are well aware, tobacco can result in a sequelae of oral disease, cancer being one of the most serious consequences. And as a dentist and a mother, I aim to enhance and protect the oral health and overall health of our children in our community. I have to counsel children and adolescents on tobacco cessation on a regular basis. And it would be much easier to do my job if they didn't get a hold of e-cigarettes on a regular basis. I want to express my support for this ban on flavored tobacco products, and I hope you guys also support this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Can you hear me all? Good. I'm Julie Parker, and I live in Ward 1, and I would like to express my deepest support that you pass this at the Missoula City Council. I'm a school psychologist working at a couple local high schools. I'm only representing myself, and my experience is not any public school in any way. I just wanted to bring the voice of the students into this, and what I've seen in the high schools, I've been a school psych for well over 20 years. What I see in the high schools in the last 6 years is a real increase of vaping being a problem in the high schools. And what makes it so difficult is the insidious stealth nature. You can't smell it. If you can, you're not sure, is it candy? What is it? Kids will go in the bathrooms and they'll vape, and you just cannot detect it. Most of these kids get it from someone who purchased it legally. They're not walking into the stores and buying it. They're getting it from young friends who purchased it legally, but they seem to have no problem getting it. And the voice I just wanted to bring in are the voices that I hear when I talk to students that visit with me, and how upset some of them are that their buddies are using it and they can't walk into a bathroom and use a bathroom without having to deal with the smells that are in there, or the people that are vaping in the bathrooms. And the schools have tried really hard and looked at all kinds of ways to keep this from happening, but it's very, very insidious. So I just want you to know that I support this, and our students are looking at us to be leaders and mentors. And maybe it's not the most popular thing that you're going to do in terms of the adults, but the students are looking to you to pass this. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Tony.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tommy Dobbs. I am co-owner of Liberty Vapor here in Missoula. On behalf of myself and all of my adult customers who can't be on this meeting right now, I want to say that I am against this flavor ban ordinance. Councilor Murtha Becerra quoted to the Missoulian that this ordinance is not intended to fracture the financial integrity of local businesses. This is exactly what this ordinance would do. 76% of our juice sales at Liberty Vapor are flavored juices sold to adults. If this ordinance was enacted, it would put us out of business. We don't have the extra things that we sell in our store. We don't have the potato chips, the sodas, the gas. We do not get any revenue from those types of things that these gas stations do. In our 8 years of operations, we have not once failed an ID check. Why is this, you ask? Because we do not sell to minors. The minors that are using these products are getting them online and elsewhere. We sell only to adults over 21 who should be free to make their own decisions to use a flavored tobacco product as an alternative to smoking cigarettes. Any person under the age of 21 is not even allowed into our store. I just ask that you please think long and hard about issuing this flavor ban ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbs. And I have Adriel Shearer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, my name is Ezra Shear. I'm a high school teacher at Sentinel High School here in Missoula. I'm speaking on my own behalf. And I just wanted to retell a story about a student. And I was talking to these students, and we're right at this turning point where we have a generation that's not addicted to cigarettes and tobacco. It's a miracle. 60 years ago, no one would imagine that not only is it uncool to smoke cigarettes, as this student says, it's disgusting. But the student vapes. Like, why would you do that? Because it tastes delicious. Like, it literally tastes like a cloud of vaporized candy in your mouth. So knowing about all the nicotine, they're still choosing to make that decision because the taste of the flavored vaping products. I'm a smoker. I'm sorry, I'm a recovering smoker. I haven't smoked a cigarette in 5-6 years. It took me 20 years to quit smoking. But I'm so proud of this next generation of so many things. They've shed so much that we haven't been able to. Well, you boomers especially, but you know, for the millennials, a lot fewer. But we're at this turning point where we're not going to have a generation addicted to tobacco and nicotine. And we can do it if we lead and just say, you know what, we're not going to let these kids get hooked this young. And we know that they're not acquiring the products directly from the responsible business owners in our community. We know that. And we thank those business owners for doing their part to keep it out of the hands of children. But it's still a problem. And if we can take a small step to move further in that direction of progress, I think we'll all be proud of that in the long run. So thank you for your consideration. Thank you for the long hours you serve for our city council, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Shearer. And Kristen Page Nye.
Good evening, Mayor Engen and City Council members. For the record, my name is Kristen Page Nye. I'm with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, ACS-CAN. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy affiliate to the American Cancer Society, and we advocate for public policies that reduce death and suffering from cancer, which includes policies targeted at reducing tobacco use. ACS-CAN strongly supports this proposed city ordinance that would end the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and menthol cigarettes. I'm a resident of Missoula, a mom of a freshman here at Big Sky, and also a freshman at the U, and a longtime advocate for tobacco use prevention here and across the state. ACS-CAN strongly supports a comprehensive approach to tobacco use prevention in order to help ensure kids are effectively protected and that we don't get into a whack-a-mole situation with the tobacco industry, which will exploit any loophole it can find. The products are the problem. Responsible retailing is just not enough to stop big tobacco from targeting youth with enticing kid-friendly flavors. Youth gain access to flavored tobacco products in multiple ways. The problem is, if flavored products are allowed for sale anywhere in the community, kids will be able to get them. In Montana, 18.9% of high school e-cigarette users get e-cigarette products from a store such as a convenience store, supermarket, discount store, gas station, or a vape shop. 35% of Montana high school students get e-cigarettes by borrowing them from someone else and giving someone else money to buy them. Children will still obtain these products from older social sources and by asking others to buy them. Restricting the sale of flavored tobacco products eliminates a primary on-ramp to tobacco use. This policy to restrict the sale of all flavored products gives Missoula kids the protection they need from being targeted with these dangerous products. And like Ms. Arwen had mentioned earlier, we know that flavor restrictions work, but we need to learn from our mistakes. When the federal government banned the sale of all flavored combustible cigarettes, they didn't ban the flavor of menthol, and they didn't ban the flavors of other tobacco products. Guess what? It significantly reduced youth use of cigarettes, but it increased their use of those other flavored products. And so we need to learn from those mistakes. And I think the key thing that the business owners are forgetting is, just like with cigarettes, we're going to see that the overwhelming majority of e-cigarette users will have started when they were children. It may not be happening now, but it's just like what it was with cigarettes. This will happen. They get them addicted early to the nicotine with lower doses and titrate them up. I mean, if you look at the arguments that they're using about concern with black market, threatening less charity, guess what? We heard that when we increased taxes on tobacco products. We heard that with clean indoor air, and the sky didn't fall. In fact, businesses adjusted and they did quite well. And I really ask for your support of this. I ask you to resist any exemptions. It's a slippery slope. And I urge you to implement this health protection as soon as possible and ensure that it is as strong as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And many initials here ending in SKIVER.
Many initials. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Katie Weisguyver, and I am a teacher at Hellgate High School. This is my 10th year at Hellgate and my 12th year in the district. And I'm calling in today because, you know, I've heard from the business owners, and I'm tempted to agree that there are already laws in place that govern and control tobacco, but I'm going to kind of echo some of the other comments that I've heard this evening, that this really is a different beast with our high schoolers. I'm going to cut down a little bit because we've all been here a lot, but a quick story. I teach French and I teach AP and IB French. And most of my students all of them I've had for at least 3 years by the time they're seniors and into that AP and IB class. And some of them I've had for 4 years. And when I added the unit on vaping and smoking, and we learned vocabulary like cigarette butts, and we looked at the environmental impact that they can have. We had a discussion as part of that unit, and we were learning this pronoun, which means what everybody does. So they got to talk about it kind of freely without saying me and my friends. And I was shocked at what these students shared. And again, they had been with me for 4 years, so they felt a little bit maybe more comfortable with me as a teacher. But when I would ask, things came up, like a student was like, "We've seen people vape in your classroom," and I couldn't believe it. I walk to Taco Sano to get my lunch, and I see what kids do at lunch and in their cars before school and things like that. But during that particular unit, when I asked how many students had seen somebody vape in class that week, almost every hand went up. How many of them had used the restroom and experienced somebody vaping in that restroom, and all hands went up. How many of you had been offered a vape all hands went up. And so like some of the other commenters have said about how easy this is to conceal and how much they use it. It just really, it is a different beast. And I also think that while I'm asking you to consider how this is different and bears additional attention to regular tobacco, there's one more thing that right now we are doing. Those students who are in person learning, they're taking some huge risks, and we know that the developing adolescent brain, that risk taking and establishing their own boundaries, that is a really natural part. I think that right now, this pandemic, this in-person learning, asking these students to take such huge risks every day, this is really blurring those risk lines for them in their development. I mean, I have students that have never turned an assignment in late in their life in all 3 years of high school that are just not turning things in. I really am extra worried about that. And those of us who work with kids, and especially high schoolers, we're hyper aware of their potential engagement in risky behavior. And I guess, revisiting that while we are dealing with the new and dynamic industry of alternative nicotine products and flavored nicotine products, while we figure out what we should do with this on a national and local level, if there is anything that our city council can do, to any action that we can take to decrease or dissuade use among Missoula youth, I support that. It's really shocking, the amount of use, and it's definitely something that a lot of us are worried about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Weiskheimer. And Annie Teagan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Annie Teagan. I work with the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. I'm an advocacy director for them. So I first wanted to just thank you for standing up for kids and their health and their futures. It's an excellent ordinance and one that we strongly support. I just have 3 quick points to share with you this evening. The first one is that Missoula is not alone. Other cities are experiencing high youth tobacco use rates as well, and they're taking action. Nearly 300 other communities, large and small, across the country have passed similar ordinances, and they're calling big tobacco out on the so-called flavor trap. Councils just like this one are stepping up to take action where the federal government has failed, because the flavors really lure these kids in, as you just heard by that teacher, and the nicotine keeps them hooked. So for anyone who's ever been addicted to nicotine or knows someone who has, you know how hard it can be to break that addiction once it starts. So policies ending the sale of these flavored products are really working. They are working to prevent new users. They're a smart choice to prevent addiction, ultimately saving lives and money in Missoula. Second, we've learned it's critical that these ordinances are comprehensive when they're passed. Once any exemptions are inserted, it becomes a slippery slope, and the tobacco industry finds ways to skirt the rules. They develop new products, or they meet the new retail requirements in different and creative ways. And they really, their job is really to continue to ensure that flavored products get into kids' hands one way or the other. And if you leave one type of product like menthol cigarettes or mint flavored chew or snooze, kids will turn to them. They will turn to the flavored products first. That's what we've learned. Third, you're hearing about some economic concerns from the industry. And when you look at the usage numbers, it's clear that young people are the majority of the users of these products, of these flavored products, not adults. So the money businesses claim to be using on its sales of products that are the ones that end up in youth hands, and ultimately youth lungs. So basically the money that is made from these products is made on the backs of kids. And that is something I think it's worth thinking about for a second. And as we see in other places where these ordinances pass, when people stop spending money on flavored tobacco products, they don't just, store that money underneath their mattress. Instead, they spend it on other products in the community, healthier products. And finally, I'd just like to stress the urgency for passing this ordinance soon. Use rates among youth are extremely high. Middle and high schoolers have no trouble getting access to these flavored products. It's a huge concern, especially with the importance of keeping our lungs healthy during the COVID outbreak. So I applaud your efforts. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. And I also wanted to mention Dr. Phil Gardner is, I think he is available and willing to speak if you're still willing to call on him. Thank you so much for your time.
Always happy to call on Phil Gardner. Thank you.
Thanks.
But Phil, I got to take you in order. Next is caller. Your last four numbers of your phone number are 1440.
Hello, committee. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Yeah.
All right. Hi, committee. My name is Keith Bowman. I'm the owner of the e-cig vapor juice store. I'm here to speak against this ordinance. In December 2019, the federal government raised the age of purchased vapor and tobacco products to 21. The stores that sell tobacco products, vape products in Missoula, do not sell to anyone under the age of 21. What this ordinance is going to do is punish only those stores in Missoula for a crime they did not commit. Whether it is your intention or not does not make a difference. What is going to happen is this ordinance is going to put numerous shops out of business, who I'm sure all have families and loved ones they take care of, as well as crippling the convenience stores. And for what? Because all these people that you're telling cannot get flavored tobacco products anymore in Missoula are going to go online and get them anyway. So what sense or purpose does this make? That we mean well? Well, that's not going to do anything for our families or the people you're trying to help. This will literally only hurt Missoula businesses. This ordinance has already been brought up and ruled against many times in Montana state legislation. It has been denied numerous times because it will not work the way you want it to. It will only hurt your Missoula citizens. And on top of everything, during a pandemic, which there has been 30 million people who have lost their jobs in the US because these companies are not being able to create revenue. And we are doing the best that we can to get through this with our families. And here, Missoula citizens are at home, can't even meet in person, and we are deciding on taking even more away from all of us business owners who are trying to keep our employees employed and keep our businesses from closing. Us as vapers and vape business owners are here to give those people an opportunity, a chance to not die from traditional cigarettes that kill so many. My family, fellow vapers, and I are not going to give up on all of these adults that need us. We're not going anywhere. And committee, instead of passing an ordinance that will result in our business closure, help us, work with us. We would welcome it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And Dr. Cutler.
Can you hear me now?
And yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Pam Cutler. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I'm the president of the Western Montana Clinic, which is a group of 60 healthcare providers here in our fair city. I'm also the president of the Montana Medical Association, which represents over 1,000 physicians throughout the state. And I'm here tonight on behalf of both of those organizations who are strongly united in our belief that decreasing access to all tobacco, but especially to cheap and enticing candy-like forms of nicotine, will decrease tobacco use by youth and thus favorably impact the long-term health of Montanans way into the future. This is not prohibition. This is decreasing easy access, one of the many prongs that you need to come together to fight tobacco addiction in our country. I thank you for your time. We support this motion and this ordinance, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cutler. And Nancy Thiebaud, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
So can you hear me?
You can.
Well, for some reason, this is identifying me as Nancy Thiebaud, but I'm Dr. Kathy Rogers.
Well, Dr. Rogers, we're happy to have you under an alias or not.
Nancy's in my book club. Not sure how that happened. I'm here tonight to just say thank you for what you all have done thus far, because back in 2018, we sent a letter to the city council, a community letter asking for action. And we are now at this wonderful place where we are looking at action. And I have submitted another letter that's been signed by over 100 folks from our community, and I will not read it. You guys can read it. It's been submitted to everyone. But I think everyone has said this so beautifully that I'm not going to reiterate any of that. I'm a pediatrician, but I'm also working as a COVID investigator, and I'm seeing the connection of what happens if you have used tobacco products, particularly vape, as we go into this pandemic that we're dealing with. It's critical we do something. Moreover, only 5% of adults use e-cigarettes. 30% of kids do. So I don't know who's buying the stuff. If it's not the kids, it's adults giving it away. We need to take it out of the hands of everyone if that's what's happening with it, so that it just does not become the source for the addiction. Kids have growing brains. They don't make wise decisions. Doesn't matter how they're raised. We were all children once. We remember how our parents raised us, and we didn't always do what they told us. So I think the main thing here is you guys have done a fabulous job. We are behind you for this. Thank you. And thank you for the long evening listening to us. I support this. I'm from Ward 2. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Dr. Stenger.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, Rob.
All right, thank you for the second at bat here. I appreciate it. My name is Rob Stenger. I live in Ward 3. I am your physician member on the Missoula City County Board of Health. I'm also a board member and past president for the Montana Academy of Family Physicians, which includes over 400 family doctors across the state, and I practice here in Missoula. So I won't reiterate what others said. Your Board of Health is strongly and unanimously in support of your passing the proposed ordinance. I think the science here is unclear in terms of the epidemic of youth use of tobacco products that really is taking us back decades in the last few years, and of flavored products as a primary driver of why youth start using. I'll just very briefly speak about my care of adult patients in our community, because I take care of the teenagers, but I also take care of adults in their 20s and 30s that started smoking when they were teenagers and try for years and often fail to quit. And I take care of them in their 40s and 50s and 60s when they develop COPD and have their heart attacks and have their strokes and get their lung cancer. There is a remarkable human and economic cost that happens because of what starts in our teenagers in terms of tobacco use. And just to remind you of the numbers, and then I'll stop. What we see here in Montana, it echoes what happens nationally, which is that adult tobacco users, 90% of them start before the age of 18, and 99% of them start before the age of 26. If there's any small step that we can do to prevent that initiation when folks are young, we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stenger. And Dr. Gardner. Phil, do we have you this time?
I think you do. I want to thank you for having me this evening and you guys taking up this issue. I want to apologize. I've been in Zoom meetings, just got off one at 6, and so I apologize for not being in front of the screen when you called me the first time. I'll make this short. I'm Dr. Philip Gardner. I'm the co-chair of the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council, and I'm just recently retired from the University of California Office of the President Tobacco-Related Disease Research Program. I had the pleasure of sending you guys a letter voicing my support for this. In short, I do strongly encourage that menthol be included in this process. The punchline here is when you put menthol and flavors in tobacco products, it allows the poison to go down easier. That's why they put it in there in the first place. By definition, menthol is an anesthetic. It allows you to inhale deeply. The deeper you inhale, the more toxins you take in. The more toxins you take in, the more addicted you become. The more addicted you become, the harder it is to quit. That's why this is in here. Look, there's a lot of misinformation, unfortunately, out here. Most youth, 80%, and I actually, in the letter I sent you, start using with flavored products. I want to encourage you to put the health of your city before the profits of tobacco companies. And it does mean, I appreciate one person's comment, that there's going to have to be a different business model than selling poison to kids to keep people at work. And let's not say we're going to lose revenue on it. What we're doing is basing the revenue on the deaths of young people. Let me also say that it's imperative, and this is something that is going on around the country. I work on a subcommittee at the American Public Health Association. We must decriminalize tobacco possession, use, and purchase. It's one thing to stop retailers from doing, but all the laws, and I've been involved in most of the laws passed in the United States on this issue, it's not about possession. It's about retailers being stopped from doing that. There should be no arrests of kids. There shouldn't have been no killing of Eric Gardner. There shouldn't have been no killing of the young man in Rancho Cordova in terms of this. So I want to encourage you to relook at that part of the ordinance and decriminalize it. And lastly, I'll say, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, I think we have a responsibility to actually put the health of people above the profits of the tobacco industry. We know that, and we've got, someone already mentioned, the respiratory journal in Europe has pointed out that the coronavirus, actually people with COPD and older people produce more receptors that attracts the coronavirus. Having said that, I think it's imperative that city councils, and I can't respond to all the things that are put forward, we're taking it city at a time. We started with the FDA in 2009. They dropped the ball on that. We have gone to over 170 cities across the United States that have passed exactly what you're trying to do here, and without penalties toward youth possession. Again, I want to strongly encourage that you do that, and I want to thank you for calling on me the third time. Just try to take a break between Zoom meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner. And I will tell you that you spell your name differently from my friend Phil Gardner, but it's not unusual for Phil to spell his name wrong. That explains some of the familiarity earlier. So I meant no disrespect at all. Casey Ballou.
Hey there, my name's Casey Ballou, and I feel like I'm in good company here. I'm the president of the Missoula Education Association, so long board meetings due to public comment is something that we're very familiar with in our school system right now. You've heard from several educators. I actually come with a background of 18 years teaching at Missoula County Public Schools in the middle school setting over at Meadow Hill. And we were very surprised by how quickly this vaping thing kind of took over our schools, and with some of the challenges that were afforded these amazing young brains that are learning, you know, how to be adults, how to make their own choices, and how to skirt some of the rules. It's not just about marketing things like unicorn poop, which even I would have a tough time saying. I'm not wondering what that actually smells and tastes like. But it's also, you know, the different tools that distribute these that are easily hidden in watches and whatnot that we saw taking over. So I appreciate this coming forward in front of you and support it. We need all the help we can get educating our young people, encouraging them to make good decisions and making sure that they stay as safe as possible. So thanks for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Ballou. And Joe O'Connor.
sir, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. First of all, my name is Joe O'Connor, and I'm with Holiday Station Stores. And I only make it out to Missoula about once every 2 years, but when I do, I come home with lots of cold smoke. So I first of all want to thank you guys for that. We have about 500 stores in 10 states. And, the folks that are, for these ordinances, I've been through quite a few of these. That was not my dog, by the way. They make really good arguments. And some of these arguments, I have 3 boys in high school, and they're great arguments. And you really, there's just, tobacco is easy to pick on, let's be honest, but these are just great arguments. But how many times have we heard big tobacco and tobacco industry, throughout these conversations and this dialogue? And, I strongly feel that, these arguments are great, but they should be utilized in really a different forum because we're not big tobacco. We're a bunch of convenience stores or a bunch of vape stores or 1 or 2 convenience stores or it's really, these are great arguments, but really they should be pointed in a different direction. A lot of times we hear about youth prevention, and I know a lot of the folks on the city council are asked to come out to some of the local stores. We don't sell to minors. And so, what direction is that argument going in? Basically, we train, reward, and if our employees, just like the gentleman at noon said, if our employees sell to a minor, 1 infraction, they're fired on the spot. And it doesn't happen very often because they're well trained. So I just wanted to throw that out there from the retailer standpoint. We basically, I could probably go in and tell you guys and give you a lot of stats on lost sales. But one of the things that people don't understand is it is a large percent of our sales, but tobacco sales create a lot of other sales. And so when you lose those tobacco sales and those other sales, basically you lose your budgeted labor dollars. And I think somebody brought this up before. And once you do that, once you lose those sales and you lose all that milk and bread and everything that comes along with it and gas, you lose employees. And that's one of the things I've seen the most. I've been through the Minneapolis-St. Paul thing, Duluth, Minnesota. Minnesota's a tough state. But boy, we see some really negative things happen to the overall business and our employees. That's all I have, and I appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work, and have a good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Caller 9028, we can hear you.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Dan Beard. I'm the district manager here in Missoula for Town Pump. First of all, I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for giving us this forum to speak on the issues that affect our businesses and our community. So as retailers, we have a lot of challenges, but we face those challenges by making sure our employees are trained to do the job. Our employees are trained to identify suspicious activity, secondary sales, and things of that nature. We ID anybody who is appears to be age 30 and under for purchasing tobacco and alcohol. We train our employees how to identify and rate our customers on whether we should sell them tobacco or not. Our frontline workers, they're the first line of defense for keeping nicotine delivery systems of any form out of the hands of those who are under the age of 21. And they take that job very seriously. They're trained well to do that job. Beyond the training that our frontline workers get, we have accountability built in with our management team. We require them to watch video on age-verified transactions to make sure we're keeping these products out of the hands of people who are under the age of 21. So my thoughts here is that this proposal to ban the sale of flavored products will only drive those who seek these products to do their business outside of the city limits, and also online, where these products and also unsafe counterfeits of these products can be purchased in less than 5 minutes, and where age verification standards can vary from site to site. As many of the people on this call have brought up, this is a community matter, needs to be solved at the community level. I am an active member of the community. I've lived here most of my life. I take the responsibility of selling these products very seriously. And I really hope that we can come to a sensible solution. Thank you, Council.
Can you hear me? Mayor, I believe you might be muted.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, my dog is a little more active than usual tonight, so my apologies. Yes, Aaron Keffler, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members for hearing me tonight. My name is Aaron Keffler, and I come at these issues as a convenience store manager of 13 plus years. I fully recognize the importance of keeping the tobacco products out of the hands of children. My store is located in the university area, and we work diligently on IDing customers for tobacco and alcohol purchases. Times are really tough right now, both for small businesses and for members of our community. I want to point out some important facts for city or for council members to consider and urge them to vote against this proposal at this time. First, the customer base for these products at our store includes adults roughly from ages 21 to 90 years old. I have sold these products to adults in all walks of life in our community: doctors, coaches, athletes, veterans, neighbors of my stores. Second, these products were approved for the marketplace, in some case decades ago, and it's not responsible to ban these products at this time, given the challenges people in our community are going through. Third, believe it or not, people do rely on these products to help alleviate anxiety, out of habit, and to seek comfort. Fourth, people have been using these products lawfully for some time now and have become accustomed to being able to access them. Disrupting this access suddenly could have adverse impacts that we can't fully anticipate. People are talking about going to the black market. Then we would be able to have, black market products that even less safe than they are would become available and harder to manage and regulate. It can also steer product users outside the city limits, and they would be using fossil fuels to buy these products elsewhere. They would also be taking any health issues outside their normal area to possibly increase the spread instead of slow the spread right now during this pandemic. We need to think carefully about all the impacts this decision would have on our community. Finally, yes, small businesses have become reliant on the revenue from these sales, and losing this income will mean people will lose jobs and businesses will close. I just really believe we can't afford that right now, given all we are facing. Thank you so much for hearing me, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Keffler. And Yvonne Bunch.
Hello, how's it going this evening?
Doing well, thank you.
Good, thanks for the opportunity. So I am a station manager for Lolo Superstop. I'm located on the corner of Highway 12 and 93. This potential flavor ban is not a state measure. We will see these individuals doing their purchases outside the restricted areas. And tobacco consumers, they have a specific preference on brand and flavor. They rarely are willing to change their tobacco habits. This ban is a drive for those individuals to use alternative resources to obtain them. Missoula could see potential loss in tax revenue, not just with the obvious tobacco tax. This goes deeper. We have the new fuel tax. We're also talking about revenue that Missoula County relies on from these businesses to make improvements to our community. I do agree with the previous individuals and their points. Self-serving tobacco, it is important to have these tobacco products to be regulated far behind the counter. Bringing the minimum age to 21 has been a smart move. This is an appropriate measure to prevent the sales of tobacco getting to the underage demographic. We are a small dot in a big state. I strongly believe this move is not appropriate, especially when it's not a state measure. And once again, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bunch. And Michelle Arthur.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank the council and the mayor for all the time that you've put into this. I really do appreciate it. I'm Michelle Arthur. I'm the Director of Loss Prevention and Tobacco for Town Pump. I'm formerly the District Manager for the Missoula area for Town Pump, 2002 to 2018. In the Missoula area, we employ about 200 employees just on our convenience store side. I also like to mention that I am a mother of 2 very successful young adults. This ban, I'm obviously not in favor of. It would have a significant impact on our business. Our sales determine what our labor budget would be, and the less sales we have, the less labor hours. Someone had mentioned earlier that we just need to adjust. Losing 30% of our sales, I don't know that any business owner can just adjust, and I don't think that's a fair ask. I also would like to say that we aren't reaping in sales, sacrificing children's health. Just like our competitors out there in the market, we take carding very seriously. We train before the cashier ever runs a register. The register, as you scan any age-restricted item, whether it be tobacco or alcohol, does prompt to see the ID, and you have to scan it for the birth date before you can proceed. We reward employees. We believe in positive reinforcement, and I believe a lot of the other retailers in town do the same thing. If they pass compliance checks, they get a monetary reward. We also have quarterly drawings. We just gave Bonner Town Pump $2,500 in a quarterly drawing for passing compliance checks. We have a zero tolerance for failure. Anybody that fails, they lose their job immediately. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no exceptions to that rule. The minimum age of purchase tobacco was raised to 21 in January, and I think that's going to help a lot. The other thing that I wanted to mention and maybe just throw out there is I would be willing, if there was even a committee, to come up with some other solutions. What are we doing to teach our kids to be leaders in the schools on this issue, how to be mentors to their peers, how to say no, how to have the confidence to say no. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what we do in the schools to teach them about it and really drill into their heads that this is not good for you. I would be a part of anything that the community wanted to do. I got 2 great district managers over there to be a part of that as well. We have a loss prevention group of retailers there in Missoula. I was a big part of that when I lived there, and I know my district managers are. I don't know what we're doing with COVID right now, but we used to meet once a month, so we do the same thing in this. Anything to, I heard the frustration of some teachers there. We would do anything to help with that. And the last thing, I just want to commend that teacher at Hellgate that did have open discussion. I think it's important that adults have open discussion with children and talk about the things that they deal with from day to day. Lastly, we have an obligation to our community to ensure we do not sell to underage buyers or intoxicated customers. I believe our track record shows we've done a great job. We believe in good customer service, convenience, and have a good variety of our customers' favorite products. Many of these products that you guys are proposing to ban will affect legal age customers. for your time and thanks for all you guys do, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Arthur. And Amanda Cahill.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. Tonight, pardon the screaming toddlers up past their bedtime in the background. Just to go over a few quick points here, I did want to mention, I'm with the American Heart Association and American Stroke Association. I live here in Missoula in the county. We find through massive amounts of research on these ordinances and on other similar ordinances, such as clean indoor air, tobacco taxes, that the financial claims tend to be incredibly exaggerated. And when these types of ordinances are enacted, the sky doesn't fall as though we might be worried that it might. We don't tend to really see an increase in the black market. We know that about 2.3% of kids in Montana are currently purchasing online. There are a lot of barriers to purchasing online as a youth. One, you don't have a credit card. Two, your tobacco products have to come to your house. So many barriers for those types of switches. Study upon study show that these flavor restrictions work. So when we hear retailers saying they would like to do whatever they can and come to the table to help with this product, this issue, that's what they can do, is restrict the flavored sale of these deadly products. I wanted to make sure that we touch on AFP, so American for Prosperity. We got them to call in today, which was nice, but they did discuss how they are concerned about police enforcing this issue. There's been other mention of criminalizing this behavior. This ordinance was reviewed with criminal and racial justice in mind very intently, and the fines are only upon retailers. There is no punishment or on possession by children or youth in this ordinance. So just a very important point there. And then, the gentleman from New England was talking about the legality of this. That has been reviewed. This is well within the purview. It's been done in many states and many localities. And he also mentioned that fruity flavored products are no longer a problem. Well, we were in a convenience store this weekend with my 5-year-old who grabbed a blue raspberry owl cigar right in front of his little tiny 3'6" face. So I would say that those blue raspberry and candy-like products are still very much within the reach of children. We really appreciate the City Council bringing this forward and would love to see this pass and Missoula take this really important step in Montana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill. And Nicole.
Hi. Are you there?
We are.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm just curious as to what your end game is with this proposal. Kids will just revert to the internet, to YouTube, to make their own vape juices. They've been doing it. There's videos at hand on how to do it. The legal age is 21. You've already implemented more stringent regulations. All you're going to do is take jobs and income from law-abiding businesses and their employees. Why tobacco? Why not alcohol? Why do you feel it's okay for our youth to drink and die of overdoses and alcohol-related accidents? Alcohol is more addictive, more dangerous, and is a gateway to drugs, youth pregnancy, overdoses. And you're ignoring all of that to pick on tobacco users. All you're doing is regulating the adults who smoke, not the kids. The kids are going to get it regardless. You did as a kid, I did as a kid, they're all going to. Leave the parenting to the parents. It's not for the city to teach the kids. The parents need to. You can't stop these kids from getting these things. I was looking it up, and people between the ages of 12 and 20 drink 11% of all the alcohol consumed. 11%. That's ridiculous. Why are we not doing something about the alcohol in this town, in this city, when they target children with all the yummy flavors and all the partying and the advertising? That's one of the major things that people should focus on, not restricting adults from smoking menthol cigarettes. I mean, the kids are going to get it regardless. That's all there is to it. They have for decades, generations, and they will continue to do so. You're just restricting adults to have to pay more than gas to go to Lolo than to go right down to Ole's and get them. Not to mention, what about, the guy from Town Pump who was talking? I have multiple friends that actually work at Town Pump, and they're worried that their hours are going to be cut because their hours are based on the amount of revenue. So what are you going to do? Are you going to supplement these families that you're taking money from with this ban? Or are you just going to basically ignore them and their needs for their job? That's all.
Thank you. And may I trouble you to say your name for the record, please?
Nicole Goss.
Thank you. And Evan Miller.
My name's Evan Miller of Ward 2. Yeah, I definitely just would like to kind of go along, Nicole's track there where, I mean, regardless of, what we do with these bans, I mean, the kids are going to get it, growing up, obviously, if I wanted a bottle of beer in high school, I'd pay a homeless guy or something to go buy me a bottle of beer. Or, a pack of cigarettes or whatever I wanted. But, being 33 years old, I started vaping 3 years ago. I haven't been able to pick up a cigarette since. And it's helped me quit smoking. I've actually been able to get some energy back, been able to run around with my kids, quite a bit more as I have been before. It's helped me out quite a bit more, and I do wonder about the economic impacts that it will have on our community, that seeing as there are businesses that are solely based around these products, and people that have invested hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars into these businesses, and you're looking at destroying these people's lives by imposing this ban. People are going to be losing their homes by imposing this ban. What assurances are going to be made to protect these people? Are there any? I mean, I think things like this need to be taken into account. I mean, I know that, by opening a small business, there are, risks that are to be taken, but I think that, a ban that is going to specifically attack their line of business, something needs to be looked at, for people that are in that line of business when, this was not originally thought of when they went into this line of business. But I mean, these kids are going to, at the end of the day, they're going to get it no matter how hard we try and stop it. And I think that, honestly, I mean, if we want to stop it, we might have to criminalize it for the youth as well. And that might be something we might have to look into. And, whether or not be fines or maybe a small stint in juvenile detention for repeat possession, just like we have for marijuana or for light drug possession. If they don't want to kick the habit, then they're going to have to do it. I mean, I know friends in California when I was growing up there, they actually went to jail for repeat offenses of possessing tobacco. So it might be a thought that maybe that might be a way to go to get them to kick the habit. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And Willow Peterson.
Thank you, City Council members and Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Just forewarn you, my internet is a little bit iffy, so hopefully I don't cut out too much. Hi, I'm Willow Peterson. I am the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids Montana Youth Ambassador. I work to promote education and action on tobacco prevention among young people in Montana. I became active in tobacco prevention work when I was in high school. This is when e-cigarettes were on the rise, and many of my young peers, family, and friends began to use flavored tobacco products. Every day I see how the marketing of flavored tobacco and vape products addicts new generations of users. I'm now 20 years old, and many of my peers are still using tobacco products daily, many of them flavored. And many of them have been addicted to nicotine since junior high or high school. I want to share with you some quotes tonight from tobacco industry executives that show their mentality and demonstrate that the flavor trap isn't anything new. Chew and cigarillos have been a part of it for a long time, but now e-cigarettes have been added to the mix. First is from a Loryard executive who stated, quote, "Younger adult smokers are the only source of replacement smokers. If younger adults turn away from smoking, the industry must decline." A Reynolds executive stated, quote, "The base of our business is the high school student." And lastly, in 1973, another Reynolds executive stated, "Cherry Skull is for someone who likes the taste of candy, if you know what I'm saying." And this is just the tip of the iceberg. These are all quotes from federal records. Now, along with Cherry Skull, we have grape cigarillos and thousands of e-cigarette flavors. This just shows that the flavor trap has been around for decades. Big Tobacco continues to find loopholes and new ways to addict kids. The best and really the only way to find the end to the flavor trap is to restrict the sale of all flavored tobacco products, which I hope you will do with this ordinance. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you show your support.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. And Brandon Wilbur.
Can you hear me, Mayor Engen?
We can. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Engen, members of the council, for the time. I appreciate it. I'd just like to speak in strong opposition to this bill. I do feel that it does not necessarily do what it's meant to do. I think that it does serve to only hurt businesses and drive business out of Missoula. I am completely for keeping tobacco out of the hands of children, but I think that an outright ban that does not allow consenting adults to buy products that are completely legal for them to purchase is not the way to go about doing this. Overall, there's not a whole lot of statistics that I can cite that haven't already been cited so far, but I just like to speak in strong opposition to this bill and urge you to do likewise. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. And Connie Dobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Tony Dobbs. I'm the co-owner of Liberty Vapor. And I wanted to say I oppose this ordinance on the grounds that the only thing it's going to accomplish is shutting down businesses, like you've heard already. Furthermore, prohibition just doesn't work. It's never worked in this country. It just creates more crime, more black markets. It's what we're seeing all over the country anyway, but already happened in similar states that have done these laws. We're seeing dangerous, unregulated products. The underage of tobacco, we know it's a problem, but prohibition is definitely not the answer. Our biggest problem is definitely the internet. Minors can get these couple clicks of the button. I mean, this morning, 15 minutes, I got 5 online orders just by checking a box. I mean, it was just that simple. Also, I want to thank Mrs. Vasiga coming by our store, seeing how we do business. I want to note that you can't even come in our store unless you're 21. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs. And Mr. Longcake.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Brad Longcake. I'm the executive director for the Montana Petroleum Marketers and Convenience Store Association. Just to give you a perspective of what I do, I help manage and run the convenience stores across Montana. I have members that have 1 store, and I have members that have all the way to 100+ stores. So as you can imagine, it's oftentimes challenging to put all those perspectives together. But I think what you've heard tonight from both the proponents and the opponents is that everybody is passionate about their beliefs. And I want to commend the proponents from the fact of trying to figure out a way to fix this problem. I think, unfortunately, again, I have 3 boys, a teenage son in high school and a preteen and a younger child. And I just don't think that prohibiting the sale of this particular item in one small area is going to be successful. I mean, we all have kids. We all know the path of least resistance, and they're going to find a way to circumvent the system. I mean, I think you've heard from a number of individuals that are embedded in the Missoula schools, both as the advisor and the teachers, that when they talk to their students, the students are not getting the products from the stores. And you heard from a number of the members on the rigorous training programs that we install, the very technical point of sale systems where you have to scan and identify age verification as well as your IDs. And quite honestly, I think the convenience stores are the gold standard in terms of identifying these individuals. I mean, we take care of and make sure that people can't buy alcohol. We have tobacco. I mean, there's a number of individuals that talked about sting operations where the Department of Justice comes in and tries to push these younger age children through. And our locations prevent that because of the training that they do, and it's very detailed, and they spend a lot of money on those kind of things. And so I just think taking that system that's been in place for years and taking us out of the equation, whether people want to admit that there will be black market sales at another location, you're just pushing those particular patrons from one location to another. I mean, the whole point of a convenience store is it's in your community. It's family owned and operated for the most part. Those are your, business partners, people that you work with and know. And if you're a construction worker and you want to come in and, get your orange juice and maybe a bagel for the afternoon and a can of chew or whatever it is, you do that because it's convenient. You know the people that are there. All the stores are competitors, so they try to find ways to differentiate, whether that's by prices, convenience, cleanliness. And if you're going to push those individuals to other locations, there are other downstream consequences that you just won't have reflected in those numbers. And I don't think anybody here or any of my stores puts profit above people, but that still is part of the equation that you guys have to really take the time to evaluate. And I think you can see from both sides that this probably isn't the best way to do that, whether you agree or disagree. But I think as you continue to hear testimony, and I look forward to working and talking with you in the future, we're part of the solution. We don't want to work against you because we're the front runners. We're the ones at the front lines, making sure that these things happen. And like many members said, as an owner operator, we get a fine. The employee gets fired. I mean, this is taken very seriously, and nobody's out to sell somebody a product that they shouldn't get. And I think the other thing that's often overlooked here recently is the fact that the federal government has now changed the age to 21. I think that takes it from a high school senior now to a college-aged individual. And I think that's definitely going to be an age bracket break where we didn't see that before. And a lot of the information, unfortunately, is oftentimes outdated. I mean, one of the things, pictures that was brought up was the Puff Bar, which was one of the candy flavored ones. The federal government took that off the market in July. So it's things like that that I think that I really appreciate the time the council members that we spoke to individually took with us. I appreciate the fact that we had a council member come to our store and see how this process works, look where the products are, and really take the time to understand both sides. And I think with that, we'll be able to find solutions that work for all the parties. And so with that, I appreciate the time and look forward to working with the council in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Longcake. And Ross Prosperi.
Hi, Mayor Engen, members of the committee. Thanks for hearing me. Again, my name is Ross Prosperi, resident of Ward 6. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to hear this issue tonight, especially those kind of forging the path to pass this ordinance to protect our youth from the predatory tactics of big tobacco. These same tactics, they have very disproportionately devastating impacts to minorities and those less privileged. And this, puts a major stress on our shared public health system, one that we all have to pay into. So, while we're talking about lost revenue and jobs, we have to consider the fact that currently as is, the impacts to our community are being shared by everybody else. Not to mention, the cost of both the lives of loved ones that are lost, the cost of treating this very preventable disease. So obviously, the fewer we have hooked on nicotine, the less our community suffers the consequences of addiction for years to come. And just want to thank again, obviously, everybody who's really forging this path to pass this ordinance. Just because something doesn't have 100% efficacy doesn't mean it's not still important that we do everything in our power to protect our most vulnerable people. So again, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Prosperi. And Andy Hardison. Andy Hardison? You appear to be muted.
Mr. Mayor, are you there? Okay, here I go. So I strongly oppose this measure. I'm a longtime employee at Liberty Vapor in Missoula. This measure stands nothing to do but, as everybody has said ad nauseum, to drive business out of Missoula, punish law-abiding citizens, law-abiding adults, purchasing legally accessible products. I've been at Liberty Vapor for almost 8 years. We do not sell to minors, period. You have to be 21 to come into our store to purchase products and to even enter the store. For people that come in that look like they may be under the age of majority, we card them, simple. And especially now with the mask mandate regulations that are going on, we card people even more. I personally card probably 75 to 80% of the people that come into the store, whether I think they're 21 or not. So, and on a personal note, this type of ordinance will take away approximately $10,000 of taxable income from me personally. I'm a longtime employee. The people are like family to me. I strongly, strongly urge you not to crush small business in Missoula. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardison. And Kelly Cunningham.
All right, I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'll keep it pretty brief. My name is Kaylee Cunningham. I live in the Riverfront neighborhood of Missoula. And let me just preface my statement with I'm traveling for work right now, and it is much later in the time zone that I'm currently in, but I would stay up all night to talk about this issue. It's very important to me. And with that being said, I am 25 years old, and I have been addicted to nicotine since about the age of 17 or 18. And vaping, especially with flavors I can enjoy, helps me curb my cravings significantly. And to be frank, I really don't see another path to quitting without flavored vape products. Even if we were to keep like the tobacco flavors, to be honest with you, they're not very good at all, and not very appealing. And I would also like to add that I did not become addicted to nicotine through flavored products. One thing I'd like to point out is that I did, however, become addicted because of peer pressure and a lack of a strong community. And so while I'm also deeply concerned about the effect it'll have on business, I would really like you to consider, if you really care about this problem, and I certainly want to keep it out of the hands of children, please consider maybe perhaps doing something to further educate, doing something about the people that want to provide it to minors. And yeah, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And Stephanie Dwyer.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can, just barely at the moment.
Is that better?
Still faint, but let's give it a try, Ms. Dwyer.
So I wanted to just speak up tonight. I don't have a dog in this fight because I don't work for any anti-tobacco nonprofits, nor do I own a convenience store. I'm a mother of young children and Missoula County resident, but I also have a firm grasp on economics and the unintended consequences of prohibition. So, just listening to all of the other comments, it just seems a little bit disingenuous to think that a local ban is going to decrease usage because it's already illegal to obtain for minors. So if this is just a feel good measure or symbolic gesture, I would hope that everyone concerned would instead devote efforts to other feel good ways to educate kids against usage and a way that doesn't take food off the tables of fellow Missoulians. Everyone seems to be acting like this is going to be a chink in the armor of big tobacco, and it's not. What it's doing is it's allocating money from the Missoula community members to neighboring counties or online. And others have been inserting personal anecdotes, so I'll wrap up with one. My brother was able to quit cigarettes by dosing down via vaping, and that enabled him to quit tobacco altogether. So I would encourage you guys to not pass this tobacco ban. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. And I have a caller, phone number ending in 5543. Hello, caller, ending in 55.
I'm there.
Thank you.
There you go. Good evening, Mayor Engen and the council. This is Tom Beers. How you doing? I would just like to say, I think it was one of the cancer societies said that 89 or 18% got their vape from a C-store. So that means 81% are getting it illegal. So I'm not sure passing this, if they're already getting it illegal, is really going to hurt. With a few of the meetings that had this week, I really hope that you guys work together with the community to come up with an idea so that we don't lose different jobs or force people out of the city. Convenience stores are a business of habit. And if we drive them out of the city, we're losing our 2-cent gas tax that we just passed. We're losing just tons of other sales. Sometimes it can be far enough where maybe that convenience store gets beer out of a Butte or pop out of Harrington's out of Butte instead of Missoula. So what's the impact on that side of the business, or a local distributor that you guys have, maybe a milk guy or a bread guy? Again, this being a business of habit, do those guys lose all their sales because we're driving somewhere else to get our tobacco product? So I really hope you work with the community. I hope you, I'd like to say I oppose this, and really thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. And John Fleck.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Fleck.
I'm the merchandising manager for Sun Zip-Trip. We have 29 stores in Montana. We have 2 of them in Missoula. I want to kind of bring up the fact that I'm a father of 12. I'm a grandfather of 17. And my wife and I did foster care for 40 kids. And we do not condone tobacco for any of our children. But when they get to the point in their life where they're 21 and they can choose for themselves, that's for them to decide. I saw, most of what we've heard tonight has been centered around vaping. So perhaps why aren't we just sticking to that product? Don't punish those who choose to purchase products that are legal. The initial presentation tonight, I saw, I was mortified when I saw the picture where people, or even the little kids that can grab any sort of tobacco products off the front shelf, because I guess I thought that this was a non-self-service state. And so I'm surprised that people are allowed to do that. We don't do that. I can go through all the different claims that a lot of the other retailers are, but it is, we're going to lose probably 35% of our business, and we'll probably cut 30% of our labor. It's been mentioned numerous times tonight that the legal age now is 21. We've seen a decrease in the amount of business that we've done, but it also, and one of the guys mentioned that it kind of takes it away from 18. My son graduated from high school at 19. So when he was 18, if he wanted to buy tobacco for his friends, he could. But now that it's a 21-year age limit to be able to buy, it kind of takes all the high school kids out of the equation. Once again, people are just going to drive outside of the city limits to get products. They're going to order it online. But the bottom result is that legal adults should be able to buy legal products. And I didn't want to go there, but, somebody mentioned earlier, how many different, Bud, Lime, all the different flavors of booze that all adults, many adults choose to partake in. At what point in time are we going to look at getting rid of all those things? And when you're an adult, you should be able to make a choice to do things. And so I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do, and thank you for listening to what I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Fleck. And Paul Smith.
Give that another try. It sounds like it's working now.
It is. Thank
So
you.
it's really late at night, and I get to see the gallery view, and everybody looks pretty tired. So I'll try and keep this very brief. My name is Paul Smith. I'm a pediatric lung specialist here in Missoula, Montana. And I'm also the principal investigator for the Montana Pediatric Clinical Trial Site of the environmental impacts on childhood health outcomes under the NIH. So I do research on smoke and the effects of kids. I think you've heard almost everything that I have in my written statement. I take care of the kids that are on oxygen, on home ventilation, with parents that still smoke because they can't give up the nicotine. And I take care of the teens with asthma around adults that still smoke and have more attacks because their parents can't kick it. And I take care of the teenagers that are already addicted on vape. Of all the things that have been said, the things I'd kind of like to just really refute is, number one, people are really underestimating the healthcare cost to our state and what it is doing to the lives of people for a long period of time. Yes, we're talking about economic impacts on the city of Missoula. But as Erwin stated, the state pays over $400 million a year for the healthcare costs because of tobacco. People talk about educating kids so they don't do this. Part of the monies we were supposed to have to educate kids was that $43 million from the tobacco settlement from 10 years ago that the lawyers are still fighting and have not given the state of Montana. And I think the public needs to realize we're only talking about flavored products. Adults will still have access to their legally available tobacco products. We're only taking away the things that the companies do not have the moral fortitude to stop producing, the bubblegum flavored things, the things that are clearly targeting children. I think one of the other things that's being left out is that for no other reason, we need to stop messaging to our children that this is okay. And having these products on the shelves send a very strong message that yes, your adult peers do it, so it's okay if you do it too. And again, I'd like to compliment the council for proposing this. These are really tough battles every place, as you've heard. So I would just, again, like to add my voice to those that have said, you know, we all agree with you. Please hang in there for the sake of our children. And again, thank you for tonight, hanging in there for such a long set of presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. And Carly Schaefer. Carly.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Hi guys, how you doing? Everybody staying awake?
Absolutely.
Okay, trying to make this really quick. I just wanted to bring a couple things. I'm the retail general manager for Great Western Petroleum. I've been working in the C-stores for years and years. I worked at the Lolo Superstop all this summer, and getting to know the customers and just seeing some other effects this might have if you guys go through with this. They're grown adults that like their Copenhagen wintergreen, things like that. They'll go to Florence, you know, they'll go get it. For the ones that can't maybe afford to do that or won't, they might turn to other things like alcohol that might affect other people who've never drank a drop or used tobacco in their life by running into them on the road. It can turn into more domestic abuse at home, which in turn can lead to other mental issues, mental health, suicide, abusing others as they get older. I mean, there's just a lot of things that play into this that I just want you guys to think about, just because I've really gotten to know a lot of these people over the years, and especially with COVID and everything and all the extra high stress, I'm worried that that's the route everything will go. And as far as the kids, the 21, that, you know, we haven't really seen any change of sales. A lot of the products that I've seen that kids use, I have a couple actually relatives that are teachers, are things I've never seen before. We don't sell them. And I think a lot of them get them from the internet and other places like that. But I know a lot of the vapes where there was issues with the deaths when that started happening were stuff that had marijuana in it, you know. So I don't think this would do anything as far as the kids go, because they're getting it from a completely different spot. But it will affect the adults, which in turn could affect their home life. So that's all I had to say on that. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. And Joe Smith. Sorry, I just had a technical error here of some kind. All right, it appears that there are no additional hands up for the public hearing. So this public hearing will remain open. And again, oh, here comes Joe. Hello, Joe Smith.
Hello. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Smith. My pronouns are they, them, she, her. I'm 14. I am resident of Ward 6. I'm concerned for big tobacco because I am a person of color. I am part of a low-income family. I am part of the LGBTQ community, and I am targeted on every level. Also, this is my first city council meeting, and the message I'm getting from some people is that the bottom line matters more than my health and the health of my community. May I add that I don't have the ability to drive to another town. I have no car nor driver's license. I would really, I would love for these products to be banned for my community and my community's youth, because it's just going to hurt this community's youth and future. That would be all from me. Go Eagles and have a nice night.
Thank you very much. And caller ending in middle-aged eyes need to get closer or farther. I'm not sure which. Number ending in 4665.
Mayor, this is Tom Bryant. Are you able to hear me?
We are, thank you.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Tom Bryant, and I'm the Executive Director and Legal Counsel for the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, or NATO, a trade association with member stores in Missoula. I'm going to comment on an issue that none of the other speakers have addressed so far this evening. NATO has submitted 2 letters to the City Council regarding the proposed ordinance. In those letters, NATO explains why the flavored tobacco ban ordinance is preempted by the Montana Youth Access to Tobacco Products Act. Under this state law, the Montana legislature limited a local government to adopting ordinances regarding tobacco products, alternative nicotine products, and vapor products that are no more restrictive than the provisions of this state law. Since Montana state law does not ban the sale of flavored tobacco products, the Missoula ordinance would be more restrictive and therefore preempted. This conclusion is the same as the legal advice provided to you by the Missoula City Attorney in a legal opinion memo provided to the City Council in February of this year. Also, if the City Council is looking to mirror the outcome of a similar proposal considered by the Helena City Commission, that flavor ban language was amended out of the final Helena ordinance because the Helena City Attorney also advised the City Commission that state law preempted the adoption of a flavored ban ordinance. This ordinance is also preempted by the Federal Tobacco Control Act, which is the law that authorized the Food and Drug Administration to regulate tobacco products. Under this federal law, banning flavors in tobacco products is what is called a product standard, and states and cities are preempted from adopting a product standard that is different from FDA product standards. Since the FDA has not adopted a flavor ban product standard, neither can a state nor a city. In addition, in February of this year, the Food and Drug Administration banned the sale of many flavored electronic cigarettes that youth were using. Moreover, manufacturers had to file special marketing applications with the FDA by September 9th of 2020, just a little over 1 month ago, for every electronic cigarette and vaping product, or remove those products from the market. This has led to many of those products being taken off the market. For all of these reasons, NATO urges you to not support a flavor ban ordinance because it is preempted on the state and federal levels, and instead start a meaningful dialogue with retailers to address the issue of underage tobacco use. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Bryant. With that, I have no other hands up in the attendees list. This public hearing will remain open, as I suggested earlier. And because I've had about 38 requests from council members, even though there are only 12 of you, to take a recess, we will do that. It is 9:42. We will be back in order at 9:52. We've got 10 minutes. Okay, council members, we will be back in order. We wrapped up our public hearings for this evening. We have a number of items for final consideration. These items have had a public hearing. Council has heard, as have I, public opinion before final action, which happens this evening. The chairperson of the City Council committee responsible for whatever motion is made will make that motion, and we'll invite comment on these items before we vote. Our first action item is the Remington Flats subdivision and rezoning. And Mr. Hess.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies here for, will I find the correct motion? So I move that we adopt an ordinance to establish the Remington Flats Neighborhood Character Overlay District and to rezone Tract 9 of Certificate of Survey number 3176 in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 12, Township 13 North, Range 20 West, from RT 5.4 residential to RT 5.4 residential, with a Remington Flats Neighborhood Character Overlay District based on the findings of fact in the staff report, and to preliminarily approve the Remington Flats phase subdivision plat and application and the 4 variance requests included in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. That motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion this evening? All right. All right. Now there's excitement. Mr. Hess.
I'll keep it brief. I'm going to support the motion. This is a subdivision that has gone through our subdivision review with you know, it's in the Mullen area master plan. This is a subdivision with an orderly grid network of streets that you know, it doesn't quite meet the objectives of the Mullen area master plan in terms of density or housing type or a variety of things, but it is well on the path to that. I think that it's provides a type of housing that will be in high demand, that might be at a lower price point than some of than some other new housing options. There have been some comments about parkland dedication. I looked really closely into the proximity of other parkland, and I think that as Neil Miner from the Parks Department pointed out, there is adequate parkland nearby, and certainly as other subdivisions develop in this area, there will be parkland dedications associated with those. I think on balance, this will provide important housing in an area that is expected to grow. And I did want to acknowledge Ms. Kohler's comments earlier about transit and aging in place, and you know, and this area is going to develop. It's going to develop in a little bit of a patchwork fashion. There are plans in place to put transportation infrastructure in the area through the build grant process, as well as through expansions to the Mountain Line Transit Service through their long range plan. So you know, we have to make commitments that as this area develops, we will follow with transportation infrastructure, and hopefully we will lead with the transportation infrastructure before much other development in the area occurs. So I'm supportive, and thank staff for the thorough review, and I'll be voting yes.
Ms. Merritt.
Thanks, Mayor. And, you know, Jordan kind of touched on one of the concerns that I had, and that was around the parkland dedication. That in general, it just seems like this has not been a fair meeting out of the, like, all of the obligation to provide roads and parkland have fallen on other people that have developed previously in this area, or gonna fall on the shoulders of somebody else in the future. I mean, the experience that we've had in the Franklin to the Fort neighborhood with the acceptance of cash in lieu of parkland has not really, for many years, did not result in any parkland being developed. We finally got a new park with the MRL Park, but I just am concerned that the process has not been fair among the different developers, and that this developer is going to get to just benefit from the money that the homeowners association has recently put together to put in playground equipment at the park in 44 Ranch, which is going to be the park that serves this area. At this point in time, I'm sorry, I'm not very coherent. I will be reluctantly supporting this, but I do feel like there's been just not a very even absorption of the costs.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to echo the comments that Ms. Merritt made. The hope is when we do these subdivisions, these developments, that there's a neighborhood park that brings the kids and the families that live in those neighborhoods together. And this seems to, the current system we have sort of seems there's an opt-out for that. And I understand from Mr. Minor when he presented and answered some of these questions for us that there's also, you know, the issue is not only the initial park, but maintaining the ongoing park system, and which I think a lot of Missoulians put a lot, it's one of the great things of many. That is why I want Missoula is a wonderful place to call home, is neighborhood parks and the great job the Parks Department does. So I understand the position they're in, but I do think it is unfortunate that, you know, this particular neighborhood won't have a neighborhood park for its families to come into. I do, if the mayor will allow, I would like to follow up on the questioning I had to Mr. Jikarompri about that I was started in the previous section, if that's okay. It's just a quick question in regards to the noticing around the aviation path that is required within this subdivision.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Grand Prix, I thank you for walking us through all of the what is supposed to be in place. And as someone who has had the fortunate position to buy a home, there's a whole lot of papers that are signed. And I just really want to make sure that the homeowners understand that, you know, that this neighborhood is something that, you know, having planes fly over is a potential. Is there a way that we could, and I'm not, let me know if we can add this or if it needs to be formally made a condition. Is there a piece of paper that we can require at signing that specifically calls this out? Just not that they're given a copy of the covenants, it's put into the zoning and whatnot, but actually there's a piece of paper that is required within that. So it kind of takes a moment to pause in the paper signing process to call that out. You know, that is not something that having, you know, being in a direct flight plan of expanding airport is may not be something that everyone immediately thinks of when they think about what are the things I should look into when purchasing a home. So is there a way to kind of step it up one more than what you've already laid out?
Good question. Let's see, you know, I guess first of all, I'd like to reiterate that we don't know that this runway is actually going to come to fruition at any point within the foreseeable future. It may not. It's been in the airport's plan since about 2004. But I guess one thing I do want to point out is, you know, this was looked at in the 2005 2005 plan. I can't seem to, let's see here. Okay, the Y Mullen West Comprehensive Plan looked at this particular issue. And the land use recommendation adopted at during that plan was that the future runway is speculative. Like this is the discussion that was in the plan. And so restrictions, they considered kind of restrictions, what sort of land use designations would be appropriate, et cetera. And due to the speculative nature of the future runway, that plan recommended essentially no particular restrictions, no particular additional language, just for your information. So that's a little bit of background. In terms of what we can do to alert potential lot buyers, we've got it in the covenants, or we're requiring it to be in the covenants. We've got it on the plat. Is there another way that it can be like a notification when you buy, when you sign all those papers when you're purchasing a home? I'm not really sure, honestly. I don't have a great answer for you. I don't know that we can actually require that be one of the disclosures or something like that.
So there, I would suggest that there are in any conveyance of property, there are likely a number of easements, all of which would likely more affect the property owner than the avigation easement. And I just don't want the city of Missoula to be in the business of trying to emphasize what disclosures need to be made and title reports, et cetera. We had avigation easement at 44 Ranch when we did that subdivision. And I suspect when those planes fly over, folks recognize what's afoot.
Okay.
You're welcome to make a motion to amend.
I will not make that motion at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Becerra?
Thank you. I do have a quick question for Dave, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Dave, we have received a couple of emails asking about why chuck wagon is not required to be paved. Could you address that, please?
Sure. The conditions of approval require that the chuck wagon extent, as I mentioned earlier, it runs about 1,000 feet short of this property coming up from Mullen, coming to the north from Mullen. And so the conditions of approval require that during phase one, that road be, basically the road base be installed, and which the developer has told me, or his engineer from A to Z, Brian Throckmorton, has told me, would include a dust suppressant. And then during phase two, it would actually be paved. So this is a roadway, a stretch of road that abuts the 44 Ranch subdivision, that it's kind of a cooperative effort. And what we're trying to do at the city level, I think, is we can't require a developer. What we're trying to do is split the costs up, the improvement costs between different developments, so that there's a proportional share or nearly proportional share, kind of to the best of our abilities. And so we are requiring the developer pave that section of roadway during phase two, but not phase one. Now, WGM Group, on behalf of 44 Ranch developers, and requested that be done during phase one. I wasn't there during the initial discussions. I think that occurred between the engineering section in development services and the development team. I think what they're trying to do is make it equitable. Now, what Brian Salisbury at WGM Group brought up was that, it's kind of it becomes a situation where one developer might not want to develop a particular phase because they would be responsible for the pavement costs versus another developer being responsible for the pavement costs. I guess the one thing that I would say to the council is maybe that's not your problem. Maybe the developers need to work it out among themselves and figure out how to build that road, how to get it paved. Maybe that's something that they can share and they can work out independently of the city of Missoula.
Follow up.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess my concern is with one of the points that was raised, and that has to do with air quality and stagnation, and the fact that that is something that we should be concerned about. So I'm wondering if that was addressed by the right board or committee.
Mayor Engen, can I address that?
Certainly.
So right now you have a recommended condition. It's condition number 8 that says the subdivider shall install road base in accordance with the city of Missoula specification standards from the end. This is from the end of the existing Chuck Wagon Drive to the north boundary of phase 1 prior to final plat filing of phase 1. That condition could certainly be amended to state the subdivider shall install road base and dust suppressant in accordance with City of Missoula specifications from the end of existing Chuck Wagon Drive to the north boundary of phase 1. So you have the option of making sure that happens by adding that additional language. And so it's simply requiring dust suppressant to condition of approval number 8.
And I feel that short of requiring to pave it, I think at the very least, we should address the air quality issues that are raised by not paving or not having any sort of dust suppressant for the sake of people who live there and just to meet our own guidelines. So I would ask that be included in the condition.
Okay, so that Ms. Becerra has made a motion to amend. Is there a discussion on the motion to amend? Mr. Hess.
Thanks. Can I ask the applicant if they have a view on that? I think Brian Throckmorton is here.
Mr. Salisbury, you here?
And sorry, Mayor, I think
Brian.
It'd be great to hear from Mr. Salisbury, but as well, I think Brian Throckmorton is representing the applicant in this.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find Brian in my list. Do you see him out there, Councilman?
Yeah,
He's in my attendee list.
And I'm sorry, is he in attendees or?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right. So one thing we were planning on doing, we went through this with engineering. We were going to use recycled asphalt for the road base, and engineering was fine with us using that as a final base to then pave over. So when we use recycled asphalt, there will be, no dust. We would roll it, compact it, with the understanding that that's all part of the air stagnation zone. So we were never planning on having a true topping of just regular gravel. It was always going to be wrapped through any place that we had just road base and that would be left for an extended period of time.
Thank you, sir. So Ms. Becerra, given that information, how do you feel about your motion to amend?
I think it would still be cleaner to have that language just so that there's no confusion later for people who reside in that area to know that that's the expectation.
Forgive me, would you mind restating the motion? Is it requiring dust abatement?
Maybe Dave can read it out. It doesn't right now. It doesn't specify, as far as I know, how it needs to be treated. And so I'm just making a motion that we specify it with the materials that were mentioned by Mr. Throckmorton. I butcher your last name.
Dave, what do you think?
So I think condition number 8 could simply be reworded to state the subdivider shall install road base with dust abatement as proposed by the applicant. And then the condition would remain the same in accordance with City of Missoula specifications, etc.
Thank you. Ms. Becerra, does that work?
Yes.
All right. Further discussion on motion to amend.
To amend.
Ms. Barrett?
I support this. And Dave, would you agree that the use of the recycled asphalt product is equivalent to dust abatement? Does that make sense?
I don't know for sure. Honestly, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we use that recycled milling in alleys, for example, it really knocks down dust. All right, and on the motion to amend, Mr. Hess.
Thanks, Mayor. I would just accept that as a friendly amendment.
Oh, Fair enough. We will take that. All right. Further discussion on the motion as amended.
I do have a couple of comments on just the main motion. Is this the time?
It is.
I just wanted to also support what both Julie Merritt and Stacy Anderson have said about parkland dedication. I find it very frustrating that we have to negotiate between affordable housing and parkland dedication. And I hope that for any development in this area, knowing that this is the one area where we can get it right from the beginning, we don't have to make these negotiations or having to choose between one or the other, because the equity and the well-being of all our residents is important, regardless of whether they live in a more expensive or less expensive home. And then finally, I know that this is just a comment, and I know that it's not within the purview of the city of Missoula to approve or come up with names of subdivisions and streets, but I struggle to recognize the heritage of this community and of this area when we have, when we perpetuate and immortalize, I guess, the gun manufacturing companies via our street names. So just something to consider in the future also. Thank you.
Mr. Hess.
Thanks. I think I live in the West Side in a historic neighborhood, and I say that I live in the West Side, and I don't say that I live in the school edition or the McCormick edition or whatever the subdivision was at the time. And I think that the parkland dedication, I think we have some rules to clean up with regard to parkland dedication and with regard to cash in lieu. Those rules need to be clarified, and there are a few problems that need to be fixed. I don't think that is to say that every subdivision needs a park. I think this subdivision is going to be within every single house in the subdivision is going to be within a several block walk of a park that is the size of Bonner Park. That's a good thing. And I think we have planning tools. We have our Parks Master Plan. We have our subdivision regulations, and we need to rely on these tools to create parks in the right places. And so just because this subdivision doesn't have a park doesn't mean that it is a park deficient neighborhood. It's very proximate to a very, very nice park. That's a separate issue from some of the issues with the cash in lieu requirement, which may or may not be bringing in a fair trade, but we're working with the rules that we have on the books, and they're being applied fairly, and we can maybe change those rules looking forward. But as this area gets developed as part of the Mullen Area Master Plan planning area, it's we've got to take a holistic view, and not every 20-acre subdivision is going to have a park. That would be a tremendously over-parked area if there's such a thing, and so we have to think holistically about it as a neighborhood, and I'm comfortable with it.
Seeing no further discussion, we will have a roll call vote. Ms. Rabine, are you with us?
Apparently, I'm still muted. All right. So this is on the motion to adopt the ordinance to create the zoning district, apply it to the land, approve the plat, subject to the conditions of approval that are listed in the documents, and approve for variance requests. And one of the conditions of approval is number 8 is proposed to be amended. Contos.
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Vasika,
Yes.
Von Lossberg,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
All right, that's 12 ayes. Would any of you like to change your vote? That's 12. Thanks.
And the motions are approved. Next committee report also happening in land use and planning. Mr. Hess.
Thanks. Give me a moment to pull it up. My apologies. I'm working off just one screen tonight, and it's the poverty of space. Okay, I move that we adopt a City of Missoula initiated ordinance, generally amending Title 20 Missoula Municipal Code, the city zoning ordinance, to incorporate revisions in the following chapters: 20.05 residential districts, 20.25 overlay districts, 20.40 use and building specific standards, 20.50 natural resource protection, 20.45 accessory uses and structure, 20.60 parking and access, 20.65 landscaping, 20.75 signs, 20.80 nonconformities, 20.85 review and approval procedures, 20.90 administration, 20.100 terminology, and 20.105 use classifications.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. That motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion? Ms. Jones.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to point out and clarify that the notice requirements for tourist homes was actually pulled out and put on the shelf with the idea of pursuing tourist homes, some revisions in that ordinance in 2021, so in the near future. So I just want to clarify. I did want to propose an amendment regarding parkings for ADUs, and if this is the appropriate time, I would like to put that forth.
Ms. Jones.
Thanks. So in section 20.45-060B .10 entitled Parking, that section states that, as proposed, no additional parking space is required for an accessory dwelling unit. I would like to propose an amendment that would add additional language, which would have that original phrase, but then add on, except for any ADU created within the geographic area of the University District, consisting of from the boundary of Madison Street Bridge, going west on 4th Street to Higgins, south on Higgins Avenue to Hastings, east on Hastings to Mount Sentinel, and then bounded by the University of Montana's western edge. So that basically outlines the University District that is within proximity to the Hip Strip and University of Montana. And within this geographic area, one paved off-street parking space is required for an accessory dwelling unit. And I'd like to speak to that, please. So I certainly understand the concepts behind relaxing the restrictions on ADUs, and we've talked a lot about that on council. I do, however, think that we need to carve out an exception for parking in the University District because this area is extremely impacted by parking. We have the University of Montana with 10,000 students with staff on top of that. We have Hellgate High School with 1,300 students, and we have the Hip Strip commercial area, which has a lot of people on a regular basis parking there. Within this geographic area with all of these parking pressures, we also have residences who also have need of some on-street parking. So this is where the residential parking permit program currently exists. However, that has not been revised since 1980 when it was created. I know that the Parking Commission is contemplating doing a parking study and looking at it holistically and making that run more efficiently. But in the meantime, there's some severe parking issues in that neighborhood. It's kind of feast or famine based on where the RPP is located. So I think at this point in time, until either the parking commission holistically addresses that issue, or we don't have the parking pressures that we currently have in that neighborhood, I think we need to keep the parking requirement of one off-street parking spot for ADUs. And even with a parking study, it may be necessary to keep that requirement for ADUs because there probably will always be great parking pressure in this neighborhood. So I understand the concept of adding in more inventory to an area so centrally located. And yes, there is transportation, but also people tend to have cars. And I just think it's common sense to carve that out. So I'd like to propose that amendment.
All right, we have a motion to amend, and it is in order. Discussion on the motion to amend. Ms. Hart?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Gwen's amendment. However, I stand adamantly opposed to a special carve out for the university district for parking. I take great pride in this, in the fact that in this particular district, I think folks really take it pretty seriously when it comes down to climate change. And while I know we live in Montana, I think this particular district with its high density is a perfect place to not add additional parking requirement. Carving it out just creates a special privilege that wouldn't carry across the rest of the wards. And I think that is just it's unfair. And frankly, I think we need to figure out a way to actually discourage more cars and automobiles throughout our community. And I can't imagine just a better, simpler way than actually not, or actually just removing the parking requirement for all wards. Thank you.
Ms. Wasika?
Thank you. I agree with pretty much everything that Ms. Harp said. Also with the university district, a lot of students there, they don't have cars, they bike or they walk to the university to attend their classes. So if anything, we should remove the park requirement for the university district, not require it for the university district. Thank you.
Mr. Hess.
Thanks. I respectfully disagree with my colleague. Ms. Jones got great instincts on the neighborhood, and I differ with her on this one. I think that one of the real benefits of our traditional neighborhoods are that there aren't a lot of driveways, there aren't a lot of off-street parking spaces. I think as we ask, or as we consider adding diversity of housing stock, things like ADUs that are thoughtful ways to increase density, it's important to maintain green space, and an off-street parking space is a large chunk of space that eliminates green space from a yard, so I think as someone maybe considers adding an ADU, their green space is already reduced, and that's a real amenity that's being lost. It's in an area that is really proximate to high quality transit, that is close to active transportation opportunities. So I really appreciate the care for the neighborhood that Gwen brings here. I don't agree with the solution, and I'm not going to support the amendment.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually am in support of this motion made by Ms. Jones. I have the unique perspective of having been a proud alumni of the University of Montana, as well as I rented in the University District when I was a student there. And parking is a nightmare in that neighborhood. And I don't think it's a privilege or a class thing. I think no singular neighborhood has to deal with the influx of, thousands of people in and out on a daily basis. And so I think that this is reasonable in request. And I think that the Parking Commission needs to thoroughly study this area and make changes, because what we have now isn't really working. And I understand the need for less cars, but that is not always a reasonable expectation when you have students coming in from Forsyth and Ekalaka and whatnot all over the country and the state, and parking in that neighborhood is a challenge. And so I will be in support of this amendment.
Ms. Cheryl.
I agree with Ms. Anderson that there's immense pressure for parking in this area, but I also agree that I want to see as much green space preserved in the university area. But one thing that I don't understand, and maybe someone could enlighten me, I don't live in that part of the university area. Is there a certain number of parking permits that come with each house? Like, how would they purchase a parking permit if they lived there? Like, how could they get on-street parking if they did have a car?
Ms. Jones?
So if you are within the current boundaries of the residential parking permit program and a resident, I don't know what type of proof you show the Parking Commission, but evidently you show them like a bill or something that has your name and address. And I think for about $50 every 6 months, you can get a permit to park on the street within the boundary. If you are outside of the boundary, there is no regulation currently. So as I said, it's feast or famine. So there's a bunch of empty spots in certain areas. There's a huge amount of overstuffed parking in other areas. It's not an efficient use. And the whole thing, I think, needs to be done over, basically. But in the long run, if you have a university with thousands and thousands of students and a growing town, we're always going to have parking pressure there. So probably it's an area of town where we're going to need more, not less parking, whether you're inside or out of those districts of the RPPP boundaries.
Thanks. So, I guess my take on it then is that there is the possibility of parking a car and getting a parking permit with a ADU. I see both sides of this. I think in general, without having done a parking study though, I'm not comfortable carving out this area, although I definitely recognize that it has pressure beyond any of the other areas. But I would like to incentivize people not being so reliant on cars.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to start by saying that Gwen does an incredible job fighting for her district, and the folks in Ward 3 are lucky to have such a fighter for her. I mean, on everything, she fights tooth and nail for her neighborhood, which is very admirable. But to me, I'm not going to support this motion for a variety of reasons. And I know this isn't the intent, but to me, it kind of feels almost like an elitist type feel if we are to exclude the university district. And I know that it does have certain extenuating circumstances around it. But in my estimation, we've done a lot to try and mitigate those issues. We've built a series of trails, paths, sidewalks in the university district, in addition to a tremendous bus system ran by our very own Mr. Hess that is very, very well used. I mean, there's tons of folks on those bus systems, and they're run very efficiently, far more efficiently in my estimation than Mountain Lion. Jordan does a great job doing that, and the whole purpose of that was to mitigate the parking issue and the climate change issue, and to be a little bit more environmentally friendly. So we spent a lot of time addressing the transportation issue, but I think that now we need to spend a little bit of time on the affordable housing issue, and even if it does put a little more strain on that neighborhood. I mean, all neighborhoods are getting additional strain from the fact that we do need more inventory. So respectfully, I'm not going to be supporting the motion today, but I do admire the intent behind it.
And Ms. West.
Thank you. I'm also not going to support this motion for many of the reasons that have been already mentioned. I think this is a centrally located neighborhood that's in close proximity to a multitude of services, and it does have transit services from not just one but two bus systems. And this is a place where, you know, increased density within the existing neighborhood character I think is a good idea because of those benefits that the neighborhood provides. I also think that as a community, we have a very, very aggressive mode split that we're trying to achieve. And that is going to require a cultural shift. Maybe not thinking of parking spaces as an entitlement is a part of that shift. And I do think that there are at least a few other parts of town that have some really intense parking pressures. One area I can think of is the west side right around the hospital. That is an incredibly challenging area as well to park in. And as we know, the hospital does not have enough parking and is also working on trying to instill a mode split within their organization. As well as, you know, significant parts of downtown that have residential areas and have no parking requirements are close to areas that have no parking requirements. So I'm not going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the motion to amend, I would usually have a voice vote, but that's kind of tough in Zoom. So Ms. Rabine, would you count the roll, please?
Sure. Harp.
No.
Hess.
No.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
No.
Ramos.
No.
Cheryl.
No.
Vasika.
No.
Von Losberg.
No.
West.
No.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
No.
Contos.
Yes.
And would any of you like to change your vote? That is 3 ayes and 9 nays.
And the motion fails. We're back to the main motion unamended. Is there further discussion? All right. Oh, Mr. Hess.
Thanks. I just wanted to take a brief opportunity to thank our development services staff and other department staff, or staff from other departments rather, who assisted in this effort. This is a large undertaking to maintain our code, to make sure that it's relevant, to make sure that it meets best practices, and to make sure that it's responsive to changing conditions. Nothing in this code update is particularly monumental as far as like a major substantive change. It is all critical though, and I say that because it's really important that we maintain the code and keep it in line with our policies as they change and as they are modified over time. We've received a few criticisms about this being a watering down of the ADU ordinance. I don't think that's true. I think that this is tweaking on the margins to make ADUs work better. This is taking a program that was extensively vetted and making it work a little bit better. This is, and that's the same on all of these. That's the same on every amendment that's proposed here, whether it's an alternative compliance for multifamily landscaping and activity requirements, or whether it's an ADU parking ordinance. These are thoughtfully considered changes that will make the built environment in our city a little bit better, a little bit at a time, one project at a time. I'm grateful for the work that staff have put in, and I'm happy to support these. And I want to assure everyone that the sky isn't falling. These are pretty common sense changes here.
Ms. Hart?
I'll say very little to follow Jordan, but I think it's important to recognize that this has been very incremental change. We've been working on ADUs in our city for 11 years. And in the course of that time, we have added 4 ADUs per year over those 11 years. So it's been very small changes. And I know change can be hard for a lot of folks, but when we recognize the tremendous need that we have in this community to try and figure out affordable options for folks and keep people age in place and keep people in their treasured neighborhoods, these kinds of changes are a great way to try and keep the connectivity of our community and keep people where they want to be as best as we possibly can, find ways that we can bring our family home if necessary, and be able to take care of our loved ones, or just be a good citizen and try and find offer a home to teachers and firefighters for that matter too. So thank you, staff, for presenting these amendments on Title 20. I know it was a lot of hard work, and I'm in support.
Seeing no further discussion and no hands in the attendees box interested in commenting, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, and this is on that motion to approve the ordinance that amends Title 20. And let's see, whoops, we start this round with Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
Yes.
Von Lossberg.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Contos.
Yes.
And Harp.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? No, it's 12 ayes.
Great, and the amendments to Title 20 are approved. Final item for final consideration this evening happens in Public Works. Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. The recommended motion is I move that we adopt an ordinance amending Title 12, the Missoula Municipal Code, creating a new chapter 12.01 titled General Provisions, creating a new chapter 12.02 titled Definitions, creating a new chapter 12.10 titled Right-of-Way Improvements, creating a new chapter 12.17 titled Parking Facilities, and repealing chapter 12.12 and chapter 12.22 in order to provide for the creation of administrative rules to implement the provisions of Title 12. Decriminalize violations of certain provisions in Title 12, revise terminology, and create consistency throughout Title 12, and in order to update and recognize processes and requirements to improve clarity and consistency.
Thank you, Ms. Becerra. That motion is in order. Is there discussion on the motion? Ms. Merritt.
I just want to again thank staff for the work that they did on this, from my colleagues in the planning and engineering areas of the community have said that the work, the outreach that the city departments did with the stakeholders on these updates was very productive discussions, and the community was very happy to be part of the process. So thanks for all the hard work that everybody put in.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't love everything in these updates and some of the changes here, but at the end of the day, I do think that it is progress. I certainly think that it's going to make housing more affordable a little bit. Certainly, there's a lot more work to do, but we're moving in the right direction. So I think at the end of the day, also we're giving back more private property rights to the owners and developers. So I'm supportive of the motion and thank the council and staff for all their hard work on it.
Ms. Becerra.
Yes, I too want to thank staff for all their work. I know they worked for many, many months, if not longer, on ensuring that all the different chapters are consistent and that they read better and that they better coordinate with other regulations that we have in place. So I thank you for making these changes. I know it's going to make it easier and improve the experience for applicants, as well as the planners and the staff who have to review a lot of these projects. So many, many thanks.
Mr. Slover.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to jump in. I know Ms. Becerra read the ordinance bill. I didn't hear the second ordinance bill about 1228. Was that included? There was some slight changes to obstructions chapter that we wanted to modify the site visibility triangle.
I don't see it, Kevin. If you have it, I would be happy to read it again if that's okay, or make sure that we include it in the motion. But as it reads per our agenda, I don't think it's there.
Okay.
It is, however, in the update, so we can assume that council understands that and would be voting for that, assuming they vote for the entire update.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, nor do I see any hands up in the attendees box, we will have a roll call vote.
Hi, sorry, I'm just catching up to add that chapter 12.28 to the record and the motion before we take the vote. Hang on.
Thank you, Ms. Rabine.
Okay, I think we start this round with, is it with Hess?
I think I started last time, but I'd be happy to vote yes to kick us off.
Okay, let's just do that. Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
Yes.
Von Lossberg.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Contos.
Yes.
And Hart.
Yes.
And would any of you like to change your vote? 2 ordinances are approved. 12 ayes.
Thank you, Ms. Rabine. We have no additional items for final consideration this evening. I am so passing on communications from the mayor. General comments from council members. Ms. Merritt.
If you haven't already returned your ballot, please do so. Go vote. Thanks.
Mr. Contos.
I'll pass.
Ms. Becerra.
Vote and wear your mask. That's all. Good night.
Mr. Von Lossberg.
Vote. Pass.
Ms. Jones.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Ms. Cheryl.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
Oh, I had a lovely long soliloquy planned, but I'll pass tonight.
Ms. Hart.
Just want to say thank you to you all for your service. Make good use of your time and vote.
Ms. West.
I just want to add that dropping off your ballot at the drive-through location they have set up at the elections office is super easy and quick, and it took me maybe 2 minutes to drop off my ballot. So go vote.
Mr. Hess.
Do you mind if I share my screen and show a few slides, Mayor?
Ms. Vasika.
Was Hess done?
No,
I'm done,
Vote and be safe and good luck this hunting season, everybody.
And Mr. Ramos.
Pass. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of your time and patience this evening. We don't have a single committee report this evening, nor any new business. Are there any additional items to be referred? Seeing none of those, any miscellaneous communications, petitions, reports, or announcements? Again, seeing none, I thank you all for your service, and we will be adjourned.